Okay. All right. Good afternoon. This is the January 10th, 2024 Historic District Commission Workshop. And we have a few items today, just mostly housekeeping to talk through with the commission. But what I wanted to start with is just welcoming everyone back and thanking the commissioners for your time and your dedication, and to also introduce another new staff member. So we are finally, after how many years, up to full staff, and I couldn't be more excited. Elizabeth Lammy has joined our team. Elizabeth has worked for the city of Charlotte for a number of years, and she is taking over for Jenny Schugert's former position as a planning coordinator for our enforcement activities. And Elizabeth's background is in architecture. She's worked in code enforcement. So we're thrilled to have her. And Elizabeth, if you want to grab the mic from Marilyn, and if you just want to say a few words and introduce yourself to everybody. Press the button to turn it green.
Hi, I'm happy to join the Historic Districts team. And yeah, I have a background in code enforcement. And then the past 7 years, I've been working in housing rehab. So I have a lot of experience with old houses. And I'm really happy to join the team over here and look forward to working with everyone.
The other thing we need to do is vote on the city council report. We talked about this in December, and thank you everyone for your feedback. Jill especially, awesome, detail-oriented. She caught that I had a duplicate sentence in there, so I really appreciate her editing savvy. And everything's been updated. That's really the biggest change. I also made some corrections to Jill's terms. But I didn't hear from everyone else, just kind of said, looks good. Thank you for the opportunity to review. So we need a motion and a second to officially adopt this and transmit to city council.
All right, commissioners, do we have a motion to adopt the annual Historic District Commission report?
We're done.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Walker. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik.
Second. Yeah.
Second by Commissioner Wojcik. All right, any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat. Oh,
John Robin, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote passes 10-0.
Thank you so much. The other thing I wanted to float by everyone this year is looking ahead at maybe a retreat and possibly holding an extra meeting. I have some good news. Brett Sturm is going to be in the area in March, and he has graciously offered to come back and talk to everyone about alternative materials and the new preservation brief that just came out, Preservation Brief 16, and anything else that you would like him to talk about. So my question is two parts. It's think about other things you'd like to hear from Brett, and then also think about availability. He will be in the area the week of the 18th. So I'm not sure the exact day yet, if it would be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, because he would need to kind of fit it in around his other obligations, but that is the time frame that we're looking at. My guess is it would be more likely to be the 21st or 22nd, but right now it hasn't been finalized. So just wanted to throw that out there. Is everyone okay with those dates? Good, good. Okay. We've had a lot of big projects last year, so many big projects. that have taken extra time. I think we still have about 40 cases in the backlog. That's a lot. Um, and efforts to try to get through some of it. I'm still promoting the consent agenda, as we know, like that's a great way for people to skip the line and move through the commission process quickly. But some of the things, especially if there are violations or after the fact cases, they can't go through the consent agenda. We did also talk about maybe using the executive committee a little more on some things that have to come back through. And I'd really like to prioritize that for 2024. We tested it out a little bit right before Christmas. And I thank Chris and Nichelle and Kim for your responsiveness and help with that. But I do think we need to have an extra meeting at some point. Now, I am not looking at this until May to give you guys a long lead time. Part of it is due to we can really only do extra meetings when there's 5 weeks in the month and when our attorneys are available. So I am potentially looking at May 29th as a possible extra meeting. And the only thing I know is that Memorial Day is the 27th. So I wanted to throw this out there early to see if quorum was even possible, knowing about, vacations or anything like that. So the other time that has an extra is July, but July can often be really hard with vacations to get quorum. I think we've tried a couple of times in the past in July, and we've had to end up canceling the meeting because of quorum. So those were the two. We were hoping to do May to get it done a little early. And I think there might be, I want to just start with May if possible. But I'm putting it out here to everybody to see what everyone's availability is.
I have a question. Does it have to be Wednesday that the meeting happens on, the extra meeting?
No, it does not.
Okay, I just want.
For continuity, we've done it on Wednesdays, and it also doesn't have to be at 1:00. We've done extra meetings before that have started at like 10 in the morning. So no, it does not have to be on a Wednesday. I would say I wouldn't do it on a Friday, but like maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday would be an option. But yes, so we don't, I don't need any answers now. It's just throwing it out there for consideration. Okay. And then the last thing was Attorney Hewitt wanted to just do a quick reminder since we're in a new year. And the attendance policy kind of starts fresh with the new year. Attorney Hewitt wanted to just give a reminder to everyone about the attendance policy. And I'll share what happens kind of behind the scenes is the city clerk's office sends me a spreadsheet at the end of the year, and just to make sure that we're there. And I think everyone's met the attendance policy this year, so thank you so much. Great job. But just so you can see on our end, what we do is, just track everything for attendance. And I can also send this out to y'all to make sure we do have everything correct. But Nicole?
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year. I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. I just wanted to just briefly mention the attendance policy. It's in the notebook and the handbook that is provided to all board members when they're first appointed to the board, and it includes the attendance policy. Something to remember is that as a quasi-judicial board, you do not have the ability to have excused absences. So any absence that you have will be unexcused. And if you have 3 consecutive unexcused absences, you will be automatically removed. So keep in mind when you guys have potential conflicts with your work schedules or other happenings, to keep in mind if any whatever absences you have, if any, that they're not consecutive. The ideal would be that you guys are able to be here for all of our meetings, but we understand things happen. The other piece that I wanted to remind everyone, because you may be able to be here on a particular day, but not necessarily throughout the entirety of the meeting. When you have to leave early, please remember that in order to be counted present, you have to attend at least 50% of that meeting. So keeping in mind how long our meetings are and what the 50% mark is, trying to leave at least a little later after that so that you are meeting your obligations. And if you guys have any questions or any concerns, please let me know. I'm happy to talk through it with you.
I know it's in the handbook, but could you remind us the percentage of meetings that we have to attend or need to attend?
So in order to be reappointed, a member has to attend at least 75% of the regular and special meetings of the body, meaning for you guys, the Historic District Commission. And as you can see, all of you made it this year. So again, just keeping in mind that first, you can have 3 consecutive absences, and that you have to make sure that you're attending at least 75% of all of the meetings in the year.
You can, because we do extra we count the retreats to give you guys some padding. Yeah,
Are we also including the extra meetings?
when we have them, we didn't have any, we had March 8th last year. Yep, we include extra meetings. Anytime when a quorum is required, we include it.
Yes, that is what the policy takes into account all meetings, including special meetings of the Historic District Commission. Whenever the meeting is supposed to start,
It's the actual time the meeting is held. So if the meeting starts at 1 and lasts till like 7:30, it would be half of whatever that is.
any other questions? Well, thank you all.
All right. That's all I had for the workshop. Is there anything, Chair Hawkins, is there anything you have you'd like to add, or any commissioners would like to say anything? No, we good? Okay. You want to, I guess, break and resume at 1?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll be back at 1. Thanks, everybody. Hi, Happy New Year. Okay.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the January 10th, 2024 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:02 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has returned to in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HTC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure your camera is on using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices. Do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Do we want to start with minutes? Yes.
Yes.
So we have the November 8th meeting minutes and the December 13th meeting minutes.
I reviewed December.
Okay.
And I reviewed this, November.
Okay. Great.
I'll start by making a motion to approve the December minutes.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Motion to approve the December meeting minutes passes 10-0. For December, I only saw November, excuse me,
Yeah.
I only saw one small edit, and this was just a vote count on page 14.
Okay. Just send us an email.
Okay.
Yep. And so we'll get that corrected.
All right. And do we have a motion to accept the November?
A motion to accept the November minutes?
All right, motion by Commissioner Walker. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Parati.
And just clarifying that those motions are based on the corrected vote count on page 14.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with amendment passes 10-0
Great.
for November meeting
Thank you.
minutes.
Moving right into our first case is 821 Woodruff Place. And this is a reaffirmation of an expired project. So the COA was issued, but it has expired, and the applicant is seeking reaffirmation of the previously approved project. We do have one unknown caller, so I would like to check and make sure they're not calling about this case. Candace, would you please unmute the unknown caller? And if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting today, oh, they went away. Okay. That easy to resolve. Over to you, Commissioner Hawkins.
All right. Any commissioners object to this case remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Do we have a motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion. I move to approve this project because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction per chapter 6. Additionally, according to 10.4.1 of the rules of procedure, we can move forward, but with the conditions that the applicant provide staff with permit-ready construction drawings based on the conditions of previously approved in the original application.
All right. Do we have a motion by Commissioner Bell? Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Thank you. The next application is for a rear addition at 1712 Winthrop Avenue. There are, staff is recommending approval with a number of conditions. And the project is shown on slide 7 is the site plan, showing the addition to the rear. And slide 10 The original house is grayed out. This is a former addition, and they are extending it to the rear, the property to the rear. Slide 11 shows the rear elevation, before and after. And slide 12 shows the left elevation, before and after. Floor plans are included. And a roof plan. So with that, Chair Hawkins,
All right, anybody to speak?
we have no callers.
All right. Commissioners? Anybody object to this staying on the consent agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this project as it meets the standards for new construction of residential buildings, Chapter 6. We ask that the applicants provide permit-ready construction drawings to submit to staff for the final review. And we want to include the following conditions. On the left elevation, we need them to adjust the window locations to provide space between the corner boards and window trim. The brick and mortar should be a traditional color, and they can provide a sample to staff for approval. Also provide a beam and column detail for the rear porch. The new foundation should remain unpainted. The wood shake siding should be individually applied and not, excuse me, and not panels. Provide a tree protection plan for the large canopy tree in the rear yard. And finally, provide rear yard open space calculations.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Walker. Yes. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes?
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 10-0.
The next application is 2017 Charlotte Drive. This is for roof and changes. It is an after the fact case. This is the first time I think of that. So. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. This is 2017 Charlotte Drive. This is an after the fact case. I think this is the first time I've put an after the fact case on consent agenda. So commissioners, do what you will with this. There are some pieces of information that are requested as conditions. But you can see that the original house looks like this. And they are adding a covering to the front porch and extending just to the edges, the concrete area. I believe there was some water intrusion issues through the front door and the side, and that's why they were seeking to do a front porch. They aren't, the one thing I will say is they aren't taking off the vinyl and aluminum siding, which to me is a little unfortunate because you can see there's some really cool original details on this house. But maybe that can be a future project. And the designs are shown on slide 13, what it will look like afterwards. There is an oblique angle on slide 14, dimensions on slide 15 and 16, and then beam column detail and floor plan detail on 17. So I don't believe we have any callers. So over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. I get, before asking whether anybody has any issue with this remaining on the consent agenda, I just want to make sure to make, I guess, an announcement and to inform any of our viewers and applicants watching to make sure we would like to eliminate or to limit as many after-the-fact situations or applications as possible, and making sure that our staff is our first line of collaboration. They're here, they're knowledgeable, and they can help you succeed. So let's make sure that we're utilizing our resources, that is our staff, as well as our design standards that are available on the HDC's webpage. So with that, I will ask the commission, does anybody have any, would like to see this come off of the consent agenda?
I have questions. So I think I want to get questions answered before.
Questions can be answered?
Yeah, if you have questions that I can't answer and you want to ask of the applicant, then that's absolutely reason to take it off, and the applicant has joined us. So,
Okay,
okay,
so yeah, I think we should.
okay, take it
this
off.
of the
Okay,
consent agenda.
sure. Let's see here. George. Hi, George. George, if you would turn on your video. And we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Hello. Welcome. George, were you sworn in?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, no.
Were you sworn in?
I was not.
Oh, you were not. Okay. If you
Okay.
could speak as loud as possible for our court reporter, please.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
That's better. All right, George, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
George, is there anything you wish to add to the brief presentation I gave? Or do you want to just hear the questions from the commissioners?
I got, you covered it all. I could just answer the questions if that's okay.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
All right, Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Taylor.
So couple of questions. I guess we'll start with the vinyl siding. What is the plan for the transition from where, if the siding's not coming off to the soffit?
Well,
Is that,
it's aluminum siding that's on the house currently. That was probably put on 50 years ago. So the end result would be to take off all of the aluminum and go back to the wood that's underneath it. But we don't know the extent of damage to the wood at this point, because we've only taken off the top row.
okay. So if you don't take it off, there's going to be some sort of freeze detail, wood freeze detail to make up that no man's land between.
Right, it'll be wood.
Okay. And then that is concrete slab and foundation is the finished material. Am I seeing that right?
It's going to, we want to put brick around the edge of that to mask the thing.
Okay. And then I think my last question is, I guess it's two. Those 6x6 treated columns, that's the finished material?
No, they'll be wrapped with wood and painted white.
Okay, so slide 16 shows those columns wrapped with 1x8 on the bottom. And still, and not projecting past the concrete slab, but the
Right.
pictures look like they're right on the edge there.
Well, that's when the brick will be applied to the facade of that.
Okay, that makes sense.
It'll be a little edge, so they'll have the detail on the top and the bottom of each column.
That makes sense. I think those are my only questions.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the clarification on the veneer for the foundation. Would you know what type of detail you'll do, on top of the brick veneer as it transitions to the concrete? And will the field of the porch floor stay concrete?
Uh, clarify, like as far as what the edge of the brick to the
Yeah,
concrete?
so when you cap the brick veneer that's gonna be applied on the vertical plane of the porch, what is gonna happen at the top where it would blend in to the concrete or whatever material you're gonna put on top?
I think it'll
Those
be
kind
like
of two questions,
a
sorry.
cap around the edge.
Mm-hmm,
And then we're looking into getting the cracked tile look that's kind of period to that porch on the top.
okay, so there will be a veneer or a field that goes on top of that
Correct.
concrete.
Yes.
And then, so will you do a roll-lock edge transition?
On the top, yes.
Okay. And then is your plan for the soffits to align as of right now, the way that that rafter sits? It looks like the fascia boards, and, wouldn't necessarily line up exactly, is the way that it's being shown
I think we're gonna
currently.
put a couple of rows of lumber to lift it up.
Okay. And do you know what the pitch of that new roof's gonna be?
It's gonna be the same as it is now, but I'm not sure of the number. I don't know if it's in the drawing. Just
Um,
kind of roll, it's like a slope. It's not a hard edge.
swoop, okay.
Swoop, yeah,
So you're extending, so what is there that's over the little front door stays and then just comes out farther?
correct.
Okay, but that will work with an asphalt shingle material? That's what you have noted is,
That's what started the whole thing. We wanted to re-roof the entire house, but the damage from the water on that door side was always a problem. There used to be a aluminum awnings on the whole front of the house, and we took those off 10 years ago or so. But over
So-
the door, just like it rotted inside that.
yeah, I saw the pictures. That's, sorry.
Okay.
So the pitch will be steep enough to allow the water
Yes.
to come off with a shingle.
It'll mirror what's on the left-hand side. It has the same kind of effect,
Okay, okay.
or right side if you're facing the street. But
And everything, the wood that you install is gonna be painted?
yes,
Okay, so for the trim work, I mean, sorry, the columns and the trim work?
yes.
Okay. All right, that's all of my questions. Thank you.
George, I do have, just out of curiosity, were you aware of that the house was in a historic district and of the COA process?
I am now.
I was just curious if you were aware before starting.
I thought if you had to do like a huge, like a new house or something, I thought that's what it applied to, but
Got it, got it. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? All right. Let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Taylor, you kind of kicked us off with the questions. Love to hear your thoughts.
So. Favor of leaving the consent agenda, I think. Or, what that transition is, you know, that front left corner where the porch meets, what is that brick? It looks like it's gonna be thin brick to me, but I don't know, what is it? That, how, gonna there, you know, just some detail that.
I mean, I think you can do that as a approve with conditions and just make those conditions. I will say, as far as after the facts go, he is doing everything right and using the cracked front tile. We have applications come in that they want to get rid of that. So, you know, really thankful for George doing the right thing. But yes, staff is willing to help. Our mason on staff can definitely handle all those things.
So Christy, when I look at that picture, it doesn't look like there's enough room to put tile on top of that concrete to go to the threshold. Is that something that you guys would review?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and it's something that, if you give us the flexibility to work with the final finish, staying concrete, which we do have in our districts, or using the cracked tile, then that gives Candace some leeway to work with the applicant based on what the conditions would allow.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything else you are seeing or would like to discuss? And I do agree, the application and what they're proposing is, looks good, so.
I'm comfortable with them working with staff. I just would want them to, it looks like they're noted here, 6x6 post to be painted. I think that's what's there. And the applicant mentioned cladding that in a 1x material or something. So
Yes.
I think that can work out with staff, yeah.
All right.
Sounds good. So it sounds like there's work that they can do with staff, and sounds like we're on the way to a decision. So does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, and that is not incongruous with our standards, with conditions that staff reviews the brick foundation detail, the column finish and location detail, the beam detail as well, the finished floor detail and finished floor height, I guess, detail in relation to the existing heated finished floor. The transition piece between the existing aluminum siding and the ceiling or soffit. And I think that's it. Provide location.
What about
Oh, yeah. Provide slope for the new porch roof and locations of gutters and downspouts.
And if you would just cite that you're approving this under chapter 6.
I'm making a motion to approve this under chapter 6.
Right, thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Taylor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 10-0. Thank you, George.
Thank you. Our next application is number 4, and the applicants are in the room. So come on up.
And Christy, I need to recuse.
Yes, thank you. And you both have been sworn in, yes? Great. Okay. Perfect. So this next application is 1917 Thomas Avenue, and it is an after-the-fact application for an addition and window replacement. The details are spelled out in the staff memo, and the location, it's in Plaza Midwood, mid-block on Thomas. And existing pictures start on slide 7. So with that, Woody, I'll turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. Oh, turn on to be green. Hit the button so it's green. There you go. Thanks.
Andrew Woodruff, 2301 Greenway Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Okay.
Jill Evans, homeowner.
Okay. 1917 Thomas Avenue.
Thanks.
Great. Okay. Andrew, the slides, if you could help me, I'll scroll wherever you need me to go, but I'm starting you on slide 7.
Okay, that sounds fine. I think it's best to start kind of where we are. And as you know, it's after the fact, which is no fun for a committee or how we got here was basically Jill put her faith in a few contractors who said they would take care of everything. Obviously, no drawings, no permits, certainly no Charlotte Historic submittal. So we kind of are where we are, and hopefully we would ask your help in moving this project forward and getting to a resolution here. Maybe Christy, if you just show kind of where we are with the project. The windows were replaced with obviously not conforming windows. They cut casings, they started to clad them. There was a cease and desist which stopped that. All the windows are in, but clearly it's our intent to redo the windows according to historic guidelines. Also, the framing on the back, oddly or fortunately, it's actually a pretty good proportion. They aligned eaves, they matched overhangs, so this crew, for whatever they're worth, at least they gave us a good starting point. So we'd love to present to you kind of what we think this project could be, and we certainly want to do everything we can do to adhere to the historic guidelines. I think the easiest thing is the windows. No openings were changed during this whole process. So I think we would propose to go back to an historically approved through Christie and their guidelines through staff, an approved window once a contractor is hired and windows are bought. Christie helped us finding some historic photos so we know exactly what the Munton layout was beforehand. So the drawings will reflect what was originally there. And certainly we have original casing and trim we can match, so everything will be as it was. The more probably difficult part is redoing or imagining the back portions. You can see the back part of the house now. Everything we've done has been matching the front part of the house as far as bracketry, eaves, eave detailing, windows, window size, exactly matching, not even proportional, but exactly matching. Specifically on this right side, we can probably stop there, Christy. You can see the addition towards the right, towards the back. A fairly banal addition, but what we'd like to do again is to tear off what's there as far as the cladding, put on siding that matches, casing that matches, and we do want to add a dormer to the backside to add a little bit more visual interest. This also helps the homeowner capture some heated square footage for a loft space above. Certainly an historic door, and we would like to put in a brick, sort of a ribbon wall. It is a slab on grade, so it'd be difficult to kind of cut out and redo a legitimate foundation wall. But we'd certainly love to emulate a foundation wall with a brick sill above. So that's what you're seeing, the line below. Also, the house steps is sort of a split level, if you will, as we go towards the back. So we're trying to kind of tile those different floor levels together. The back side right now is just framed with 6x6 posts. We're certainly wanting to wrap those and either paint them or stain them wood with a simple trim and a simple pediment. We will do an historically correct rail, and we'd like to screen that porch in. Windows, like I said, up above, matching the other portions of the house, and below a garage door. This is not for an automobile. This is for recreation. This is for bicycles, kayaks, that kind of thing. They basically have unfinished storage below. The left elevation, south elevation, the same thing. This is really has to do with the porch, wrapping the columns, making them historically appropriate, railings, stairways, and also the brick foundation wall below. And again, as you can see, we've put all the windows back according to the original layout.
Woody, I think the rest are just some pictures of some of the original windows that we found.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
this
Christy
little
helped us find some historic photos there. So
documentation. And then,
Mhm.
yep, just some details.
Yes, that was kind of a fast kind of walkthrough, but happy to talk about any specifics on the project. We just want to make sure we're in the right direction and moving towards, hopefully what the committee would approve from a project.
We don't have any callers online.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. One caller. Okay. If you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, we are on case number 4, 1917 Thomas Avenue. Can you just let us know which case you have called in for?
Yeah, I'm case 5, so I saw the email and dialed in.
Okay, great. We'll talk to you next. Thanks. All right.
All right. Before getting questions from my fellow commissioners, I believe in being fair, so I want to make sure I reiterate or ask the question, was the applicant aware that this home was in a historic district?
I can speak for you. It was not disclosed to her. She came from out of town. Realtor never disclosed it to her, so she was unaware that she was in a district, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you for that information, because I think it's important for us to understand what information applicants do have when they are coming before this commission. This is a lesson in education, making sure that we work with staff. They are a great resource, and our design standards are online for the public to reference. All right, so commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. The drawings, the to-be drawings are so much more integrated with the existing structure and the trim work and the details and everything. So I think that's very helpful to see what your proposed intent is versus just seeing the existing. But my biggest question is just, do you know the permeability of the rear yard with the addition in it?
I've not done that
Calculation?
calculation, but.
Okay. I mean, I did it, just to kind of
Eyeball.
with the site plan, but sometimes it's nice to just have that number to make sure that we're not intruding into that percentage. That's all. One of my other questions was more about the foundation for the addition. I know I'm anticipating that you're trying to match the existing brick foundation that's on the house, but I believe that that's painted, correct?
Yes.
So we don't really like anything to be, we don't like brick to be painted in general. And the application of the brick to the outside of the framed wall would present itself differently than the existing house does. And we have done this before, but I was wondering, would you be open to doing like a stucco or a different material that potentially would allow you to paint that material to match the existing foundation, and to visually would be with the way that the foundation wall and the wall of the house integrate with each other? Does that make sense?
It does, and I think we would prefer that, actually, doing a stucco type product and paint to match. Absolutely.
Okay.
It would certainly mitigate the extent out,
Yeah,
in front of things.
Right. It's, I kind of feel like it's an aesthetic win and a material win, but, yep, all my other notes you have on your drawing, so I think that's everything. Thank you.
I have a question. It says that all of the windows are replacement windows. It references 1/1s. But then you have on the left elevation towards the back, the 6/1s. Are those, I would imagine those are replacement windows as well?
They are not.
Are they on the drawing, it looks like 6/1s. Are they 6/6s?
They're 6/6, but they're snap-in grid. They're not any sort of quality.
Are you,
Yeah. Yeah, they came with the house, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that, on your drawings, it doesn't look like those are going to change, even though the other ones will. Will you be open to changing those to match up with the other the other ones that you are replacing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Thank you. I can't see, and I'm not sure because there aren't plans that show, but were there any trees that had to have been removed for the project? And it seems like that you're saying no.
Not
No.
one tree was moved.
And then seems like there's one tree that's very close to, there was one. Yeah,
That's a telephone pole.
oh, okay, all right,
That's where that cable comes in.
yeah.
There was a deck there before.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Sorry. There was a deck there before, so that's why there was no, no vegetation at all. And then the
Okay.
backside had fallen off. So that was always there.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. So Commissioner Wojcik, you had some very good questions for the applicant. You want to kick us off in the discussion?
Sure, I would love to. So I was reviewing 6.20, which is our additions under new construction, and I was going through the list. I felt that the addition on the rear of the house in the scale and the way that they integrated with the roof lines seemed to meet all of our standards. So again, I'd like everybody's kind of feedback on that, but I felt like 1 through 8 seemed to work. The existing structure I've kind of ignored, and I'm focusing more on the proposed because they're obviously going to replace the windows with something that matches our requirements. They are going to replace the materials for the siding that matches our requirement. The roofing material is appropriate. So I felt good about the proposed design. My biggest question was the foundation veneer, which I brought up. And I know that we had an addition in a situation where there was kind of a slab element, and we allowed that person to do more of a parged finish. And I thought that that potentially would be a more appropriate solution. One, because if they do the brick, they can't paint it, which means they would have some painted brick on the house and some not painted. And then 2, just from the extension of the brick being outside, there's an offset, there's a roll lock. That's not a detail that exists on the current house. So that was really my primary. The other element is the roof for the shed on the second floor. Typically, we don't like those shed to integrate into the top of the ridge. We typically like there to be a little bit of an offset. So those were the 2 areas that I was kind of focused. And again, I asked about the foundation. I didn't ask about the roof, but I know that that's something that they could address if they're willing to.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Taylor?
Just to talk about that foundation a little bit more. So I agree that the parge coat or stucco, I think that's a good solution, but I'm not sure that the brick's not a good solution either. And that the transition is probably the most awkward spot, but that detail can work out after that transition, and it makes it different than the rest of the house. And part of the house being painted foundation, another part, again, makes it different. You know, this is an addition. So, and where I'm going with this, I worry about the detail on the back porch of the stucco and that water table area. What is that? Brick makes more sense to me back there than maybe stucco, but I think I could go either way.
Around the porch?
Yeah, that detail there, what's that gonna, what is, I mean, I guess it would just go in between the piers, but I think that detail may need to be flushed out a little bit more, if it does go stucco. That would be my only comment on that. It seems pretty straightforward on the side of the garage where it's tying back in. It's less clear. Maybe I'm just not picturing it right, but it's less clear to me on that back elevation there.
I thought if they filled in between the columns, they
Yeah.
would have a easier way to install a drip cap kind of underneath that
Underneath
bandboard
that water table, and then, yeah, that would work.
over the stucco edge.
Yeah, that would work.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. I think that detail needs to be shown, though.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners Wojcik and Taylor. Other thoughts, anything different from the other commissioners that you are seeing in this application? I mean, based on your conversation, it sounds like there's some good direction there that can be given and a decision possibly could be made.
So, 612, number 2 for foundations, relate the new foundations material treatment to that found on historic buildings within the context of the new building. For instance, use brick or stone on frame buildings. And so I read that and I say, how does, hearing that out loud, Commissioner Wojcik, the materials that you're suggesting for the addition, does that work with our standard?
I'm gonna say yes, because I feel like stucco is just not listed. I feel like that is a viable solution that we do that is consistent in the historic district. Typically, they'll stucco a block foundation, which is not as prevalent in the higher end neighborhoods, but as you get to the smaller houses, that was something that they used. So I do feel like it's relevant. I mean, we could ask.
If I may, it's consistent with previous decisions of the commission, and with previous decisions on this same block.
Yeah, because I think that would be the thing.
Yeah.
Not just the districts, but within the context of
Yeah.
this area. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, is everybody comfortable with the fact that this addition is visible from the street? Is it considered minimally?
I think it is, just driving by, it's a slight bump out, and we have those and have approved those all over the place, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's about 8 feet.
Stairs are like 4 feet.
I think so. I think they're, from what's existing, and we might have to open it back up. But as built currently, it does not meet setbacks. So any of the pictures that you're seeing as built, it will be rebuilt. So this does not meet setbacks. This is going to have to be narrowed even further to meet setbacks.
Side yard? Yeah.
Side yard setbacks. So it's a pretty narrow bump out. It's
Yeah.
really far back. I know we have done these kind of very minimal stair access bump outs before. Mhm. So that's much.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, just to clarify, chapter 4 foundations, the second or third sentence, it says, masonry material such as brick, stone, or stucco. So it calls out for stucco to be okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. All right. That's a good conversation. I think we found the standards we know that need to be applied. So do we want to reach a decision?
Yes.
I guess my question is, do we want them to come back to us with context of stucco in the neighborhood?
Christie, staff has answered that, so I don't need it.
Okay. Okay, well then I will propose action here.
Oh,
Yep.
the only thing I wanted to mention is the windows.
Oh,
Let's make
yes.
sure that
Yes, yes.
we give guidance to work with staff on a window that we've approved.
So
So
I have a
can I
question.
make a recommendation?
Yes.
Divide it into two motions and
Okay.
kind of do what we always do, denying replacement windows. And then, what we do with when that happens is they submit an application for wood windows and staff works with them for approval.
Okay.
So I would say, because this essentially is an after the fact window replacement, they are coming back and wanting to do the right thing, but still for consistency with how we've handled window things in the past, I would just say, let's be consistent.
Yes.
How do I handle the foundation material? I mean, I feel like the parging or the stucco was appropriate and everybody was happy with that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so should we do the windows first? We have our wonderful form.
Yes.
So based, I would like to deny the application to replace the windows.
4.12?
Standard number 4.12. Because the original windows are missing. And then it says to go to number 2. And then it said, sorry, I skipped the first one. So because the windows are missing, then we are going to step number 2, which is denying the motion is to deny the replacement of the windows, based on standard 4.14, number 1 through 8, and then I said previously. And so that's it for that one, right? Okay. So then,
I'll second that.
All right, the motion was made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny passes 9-0. And I think there's another motion.
Yes, ma'am. We would like to approve the addition with conditions. We would request that the design explore using a parched stucco foundation veneer, with details to be confirmed with staff. I would like to request that there be an offset in the ridge for the shed dormer as it attaches to the main ridge. Verify permeability of the rear yard.
Is there anything from the staff comments? Like maybe
Yeah.
material clarification?
So verify hardy or verify siding material with staff.
And you're only approving what's been approved in the past, hardy artisan or wood?
Yes.
Okay.
Wood siding, no window specifications, work with HDC on window and door specifications. Window trim detail and dimensions, should be reviewed with staff and to meet our guidelines. And then if there's no brick anywhere, we don't need to deal with that. Window trim,
Wait.
right?
Wait.
Yeah.
Why are we addressing windows when we just denied windows?
The new edition has windows?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then details in trim, railing designs, to be worked out with staff. And then do we need to do we need to verify that the porch is gonna be screened or not screened? 'Cause
They
that's
said
not
it during they said they were gonna screen it.
Okay, thank you.
My only other question would be, are you going to require that wood shake siding is individually applied and not?
Yes.
Okay.
Wood shake siding should be individually applied shakes, not panels of shakes.
All right.
And then we have our standards for foundation 4.4 and the windows.
In 6.12, I believe, for new construction is foundation.
Hmm.
Let me just double check.
And if you would, 6.20
Yeah.
for additions.
And 6.20 for additions.
6.12 is correct for foundations.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0 for the addition.
Great. Thank you, everybody. I believe our next applicant is called in. Jason. Hi, Jason.
And let the
Hey,
record
how's it
show,
going, everyone?
Commissioner-
Oh, good. Sorry, go ahead.
Good,
Let the
good. Are we
record show
ready to start or?
Just give us 1 second.
Let the
Oh,
record
okay.
show Commissioner Barth has returned. Thank you.
Okay, this next application is 1607 Dilworth Road West. It is an application in multiple parts. It has 2 different additions and changing a square vent on the rear to a window. So the first addition is on the left elevation as shown on slide. Let's see. 21 shows it the best. Is they're removing a 1-story addition and then adding a 2-story addition. The second project is an addition of a dormer on the rear. And the third project is there is a vent here and they're changing it to a window. And you can see some of these existing conditions in the photos provided. So on slide 8, this is the 1-story addition that is being removed. And this is the vent that's being changed to a window. And this is where the new dormer is being proposed. So Jason, have you been sworn in?
I do not think so. And I'm just saying that my wife, who's been really running this project a lot, so kudos to her, and thank God she's still with me. She unfortunately had a passing in the family, so she's not in really a good spot to look at the materials as you're going through them. So I'm going to handle it, but she is on the phone as well.
Okay. And I just want to note for the record that the agenda, there's information in the agenda supplement. Jason and Lauren, I couldn't include all 4 pages because they were duplicative of the information you had already submitted, but I did pull out the photo of the new photo that was included that was not in your original submission. So that's on slide 3 of the agenda supplement. So with that, I will ask our chair to swear you in. And Lauren, I know you're not planning to speak, but just in case you do want to, if you would also be sworn in at this time.
Yeah, and sorry, real quick, it sounds like our architect, who wasn't originally going to be on, was able to push a meeting, and he's on as well. So Gray is on as well.
Okay, we need to, we'll swear you in and then you can, Gray, we'll swear you in as well, and then you can repeat who is representing this case.
All right. Do you affirm, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Before we turn it over the applicant, Chair Hawkins, I wanted to turn it over to you.
Yeah, do we have enough information to completely hear this case? And I guess that's a question.
I don't believe we do, Chairperson Hawkins. I mean, we don't have all of the side elevations. There's like one side that we're missing. We don't have this in context with the surrounding homes. And so just the things that we're used to having, we don't have for this one. So it's really hard to make a comparison for that 360 that we like to do. It's hard to make a comparison when we don't have all the elevations represented. So I don't think we have enough information.
If they're also missing as-built, the comparison.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the information that we're accustomed to having, we don't have on this one.
Okay, so Christy, what do we do in this situation?
Yeah.
In the past, you've not heard the project and you have declined to hold the hearing
Yeah,
since the application's incomplete, which is to the applicant's benefit because it doesn't start that 180-day review timeframe. And they can certainly submit revisions for a future agenda.
And it sounds like they've had other things, big things happening. So I'd like to extend the courtesy to them to be able to come back prepared.
I agree. And yeah, I would say work with staff to make sure that all of the information that's needed for the commission to make a decision is present and so that we can give this our full attention and to be able to give some kind of decision.
If
Okay.
you would, we normally vote, do a vote that it's incomplete and you're not going to hear it just for purposes of the record and due process.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Do we have a motion, commissioners?
I'll make a motion. How do we do it? So I make a motion.
It's a long time.
Yeah, I
Make
make
a
a motion to defer this application for its lack of information.
Yes, for being incomplete and not having the required information needed to review the project.
I make a motion to defer this application because it's incomplete and we don't have the information that we request when reviewing an application like this.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wheat. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to passes 10-0.
Okay.
Vote to defer.
Vote to defer passes 10-0.
All right. Okay, the next application is number 6, 129 Poplar. And the applicant has joined us. Thanks for coming back this month. I know you sat through I think our whole meeting last month. Yeah. And you've been sworn in, right? Okay. Let me pull up that case. So this next case is for signage on a building in 4th Ward that I don't think we've seen since I've been with the commission. So,
This building?
yeah, we haven't seen any changes to this building. It's kind of an island unto itself in 4th Ward. I'm just going to let the applicant move forward. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. I'm Brandon Swiderski of 129 North Poplar Street.
And Brandon, I'm on slide 6. If you want to just walk the commission through your project.
I'm hoping this is a pretty simple one in comparison to a lot of the stuff. Simply put, nothing's changing to the building integrity itself. We are a high-end tattoo shop, a world-renowned tattoo shop, I'd like to think. We have people from all over the world come visit, tattoo. We do a lot of charity work. We do breast reconstructive tattooing, all kinds of stuff. So in my opinion, I view this as not just a tattoo shop and a business, but a cultural and a community staple. We've raised over $500,000 in the 7 years that we've been open. So it's important to me not just to beacon our name, but to just make it a little easier to find. We live right on the corner of Fourth Ward. People have been coming for 7 years and telling me they never knew it was a tattoo shop. So I've carefully kind of selected a material I think is helpful. And from what I've learned over the hours I've spent in here, it's something that's removable, it doesn't cause any damage. Where, as you can see, there's a photo of an existing sign that the previous tenants had put up. It was some kind of composite board that was bolted into the brick that was torn off in a windstorm a couple of years ago, similar to yesterday. We're hoping our material poses a lot less threat to the building. We would not like to bolt something back in there where it's a 3M kind of like heat sealed vinyl wrap that looks like a painted material is what we're going for. I have heard that we don't like painting brick, so this is a good solution to that. I've spoken with the company that adheres all of this. It kind of works similar to a car wrap, something you can literally peel off with no damage. It's as healthy as it could possibly be for signage to the side of a building. I've purposely selected locations on the back of the building and that right side that faces a really beautiful parking lot. So it doesn't face any of the residential areas, so it's hopefully no eyesore to anybody. And honestly, just hoping to have some kind, I mean, we're a business that we're proud of, and I mean, this is a building that I'm sure you guys all know. I'd like it to at least look period correct, as though I know vinyl was not used in this time, but we're just going for something that looks classy and kind of meets hopefully your standards, and just kind of puts our name out there and just makes us a little easier to find. Happy to answer any questions about the specific material and the process and everything else.
We do not have any callers.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Wanted to say, appreciate you coming to the meeting, and sitting through it. Hopefully you left with knowing that we aren't just making decisions based on our own deciding, but based on our standards. And so I'm curious if you've been able to take a look at our standards as it pertains to signage.
I am, and I know how, I like the word standard, and I know how strict you guys are upon them. I'm aware that this material has never been used, at least in this historic district, for this committee. I am aware that our signage that we currently have in our front yard is kind of all that we're permitted. I'm hoping that because that this is a material that is removable, I know that that's a standard that's brought up a lot, something that could be removable. We are a tenant of this building. We don't own it, although we'd love to in the future, but we'd like the opportunity that if we weren't there anymore, that we could take it off and without any damage to the building. So I am aware of what we are allowed. So that's where I'm hoping that some kind of leniency, which doesn't, when it comes to a standard, always seems to present itself. But I've gone through a long process to get to this point. So I'm willing to take my medicine, so.
And I'm curious, you mentioned removal. Are there any pictures that we can see that shows it being removed?
It's not, but if you're familiar with any kind of car wrap, it literally is just a heat sealed 3M product, a vinyl product that literally peels off. So just like we have vinyl stickers on our windows that say the names of the tattooers and the name of the business. I can literally go to it and peel it right off without any damage to the window. Same concept. It's literally just an adhesive that's, you know, heat sealed on there. It form fits to the brick, to the topography of the brick. There's all kinds, I mean, I'm sure you've seen an iridescent car walk or driving down the street, but where you can kind of choose the translucency of it. So we're hoping to give it a painted effect to where it looks as like, you know, you see a Coca-Cola sign painted on the side of an old building, kind of a similar effect, but it's vinyl instead. There's a lot of examples in the surrounding areas. I know of, I think Hawthorne's Pizza in Concord on a historic building has an entire mural of the Avett brothers, which appears to be painted, but that is vinyl applied. So I mean, a lot less, I purposely didn't put that one in there to scare anybody away, but in my opinion, I hope that this at least looks classy. You know, we're not going for PBR tattoo shop, we're going for single malt scotch. So, I mean, these examples are from the actual company. I wanted to provide you with their work rather than just somewhere around the country. Just a little bit of their process, but hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I do think it's very interesting, and of course, the answer is not automatically no, because there are standards. We're human beings, and we're gonna, process the information that's shared with us. It would be helpful, though, for us to see what it looks like after it's been applied and then removed.
Absolutely.
It helps us in making a decision. But I will stop talking now and ask the other commissioners if they have any questions. I was about to say Commissioner Walker, the way you looked at me, but.
It is difficult to, I mean, when something's not been done before here with our body, we, to Chairperson Hawkins' point, like to see it. Because a car, a window is very different from brick.
Absolutely.
Right? And yet we also have these standards that prohibit too much signage. So I guess my question would be, why would we make an exception for you?
I'm glad you asked. In my hours of studying, being in here, I'm hoping that this is a sufficient answer. What I gather in a layman's term of what the major purpose of this committee is to move forward along with time while preserving the integrity of a look, a feel, a time. I watched a old building get turned into a restaurant. I've watched a lot of stuff. I think that just because this hasn't been done before doesn't mean that it can't progress what's able to be used in the future. And I know that precedence isn't always the same here because it's a different building and a different material, as you said. I've learned a lot. I'm just hoping that this, in my opinion, is minimal. I don't think it's scarring to the building. I don't think it's an eyesore. I think that for a business, especially in a city like Charlotte, where we're so known for getting rid of a lot of these things, I'd like to beacon it rather than subdue it. And I think this is a good way to move forward with a material that other buildings could use without damaging anything. I personally think the standard doesn't address it because it hasn't been used. So that's my biggest issue with the standard is, well, we're making something maybe less relevant just because it hasn't been used before. So I would think it would be a progressive way of being able to stick to the integrity of a historic building and spinning the standard a bit, but maybe for a better use in the future.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walker and then Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, thank you. I think I read somewhere in your application that it lasts for 7 years, this product.
I am unaware. That might have been something in there's a slide that shows I literally took a screen grab of the site of the material. That may be the one above that.
Yeah, it might have been there that I read it. I just wondered what would happen? I guess it's by 7 years, it's just not all that visible and it needs to be replaced.
Where I'm not seeing that up there. I'm sorry.
I saw it somewhere because I wrote a note.
I'm not aware of that.
Degradation or something.
I'm not going to go through it all now.
And if that's the case, so this is maybe too much information, but with a tattoo shop, there's turnover. I've changed the signs on my windows about 200 times when somebody comes and goes. So if it's the case of replacing a sign, I'm more than willing to do that. And if it requires this, I'm well versed on the process now, so I'd be willing to do it again if need be.
You know what? I think I might have gone to that website, the 3m.com.
Okay,
Maybe
absolutely.
that's-
If that is then that's news to me, and I'm glad you brought it up. So, I mean, again, that's the cost of the material and process is well worth it to us. So if that requires refreshing it I wouldn't want my sign to look bad either. So,
Thanks.
absolutely.
We don't typically ask this, but I think it kind of relates to how this building is used. And one, I'd like to commend you. I think, I think you appreciate the history of this building. I mean, it's a rarity, especially uptown.
Yep.
And I appreciate your sensitive nature in thinking about, how to, maintain brick and the character of the historic structure. But my question is, how many, are you the primary or sole tenant of this building, or are they other?
It's just us.
It's
yeah.
just you guys, and do you occupy the whole space, or are there other vacant?
We do know there, we have 10 tattooers, 2 permanent makeup tattooers, a piercer, and 3 front of house. So that takes up all of the building.
All
so.
the building, okay.
And our building is very synonymous with our brand, which is unfortunate being we don't own it. It's an expensive brand to uphold visually, but I can't imagine being anywhere else or like it. I don't know how much you know about tattoo shops around the world or even the country, but most of them don't look like this. So it took us years of finding a place. It took a little bit of magic from our agent to find it. So it's important that we are able to stay here, to continue to grow our brand and our reach to people, especially given, I say this every day, like a tattoo's cool, I have plenty of them. I'm more interested in the people I meet and the connections we make and our community than I am a couple $100 on a tattoo. So this all of it's carefully, meticulously curated every single day, and this is just a part of that process.
Gotcha. Okay. Christy, I'm not the best with our signage guidelines. I do see obviously in A2 of the second section, urban districts and general commercial, number 5, where corner lots may be open to having more than one sign per street frontage, or excuse me, more than one sign based on 2 street frontages or multiple street frontages. This would be the case now, whether vinyl wrap or whatever is appropriate or not, could an argument be made that one street sign is fine, but then they could have a second on another frontage? Does it have to be on the street frontage, or can it just be on another side of the building? How do you interpret that?
So, it is completely up to the commission's interpretation. Staff usually approves signage, but because of the size of the material, we can't. And so that's why it's before the commission. I will say it's like any other project, right? You're looking at the unique conditions of this lot, what's around it, what might not be around it. I think the sign standards were largely written for East Boulevard and Dilworth, which is a very different context than Uptown. And if you look at what's around it, this is the only historic building, and it is visible from all sides. So to me, this is a very unique situation facing the commission with signage, right? So I do think as long as you acknowledge the uniqueness of the lot and the situation, you do have flexibility in how you implement your signage standards, just like we've done for multi-tenant buildings in Wilmore.
So my question to you, sir, is, I guess you've proposed, what is it, two additional locations on the face of the brick, is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, our guidelines do say, for corner lots, there is, on a case-by-case basis, there's an exception to providing signage geared towards those street-facing elevations. Would you, I can totally see how the one facing the parking lot, the facade facing the parking lot, that makes sense because it's big, open, clearly visible. Regardless if some developer could come in and build a building, 10 feet off of you, would you be open to maybe putting adding one sign to the, what is it? What's that cross street?
Poplar?
No, Fifth Street. Fifth Street. I think the street sign is on Poplar. So would you be open to putting just one sign on Fifth Street elevation as you proposed?
If I may, so there's not much room for a sign there, especially a vinyl one that needs to be adhered to the brick rather than hang or anything else. The parking lot, the preferred parking lot, completely encompasses the back and the side. So that's kind of why we purposely chose those. They're also, when you drive up, the visible sides of the building for parking. So when you come up Fifth Street, which is a one-way street, you come from behind the building, turn in right into the parking lot. Therefore, our sign would face that. So I'm open to whatever need be, but in all due respect, I feel like these are the most like, these sides make the most sense for the purpose of adding signage. I'm open to playing ball. I think the purpose was to beautify a side that has a wide open space, beautify a side that is actually approached from, rather than a side that's kind of covered by trees, covered by an apartment building, and so on.
Yeah.
Hey, forgive me, just to help make sure everyone's on the same page. Fifth Street's one way heading
Fifth
toward
Street's one
town.
way heading from Pine to
Pine
Poplar
to
Street.
Poplar.
And that back signage, the one that is more linear, more horizontal, is on the back side of the building, closer, like facing Pine Street. And that's a parking lot behind us. It's a large, usually empty, usually dirty parking lot. And then the other side facing Trade Street is also it's First Presbyterian, which I'm sure you're aware of as well. That's their parking. And so it's really just a big, I don't know, asphalt desert. So that's the most visible sides of the building, and especially when you're driving up, that's kind of why we picked those locations. And that's also where the sign existed prior, was the side facing the Trade Street direction.
Sure. Yeah, and I guess to round round out my point, we seem to have, not to get in logistics or design, we seem to have Poplar Street covered with your on-street sign.
Yes.
As you mentioned, approaching the back of the building, coming down Fifth Street, I think that's a logical place to put it. I don't know that we can justify, putting multiple signs, especially adhered to the building, whether removable or not. And my other part of this question is, would you consider, like your sign on Poplar Street, would you consider a sign more down on the street level? Like that one, and as you said, there's not much room there, but I mean, things can be done.
If I'm able to propose a suggestion, I'd be more open to having that side where our sign existed, because that's really the facade that looks like it should have a sign, and probably the direction that, the issue with the signage is that because we're limited to such a small sign, that walk by is one thing, it's easy to walk by, but when you're driving, which most people do in Uptown Charlotte, that's where you're really not knowing that this is a business. I think we drive by a lot of businesses every single day with giant, atrocious Truist sign and a million others. I'm hoping that this is just a more beautiful version of somebody being able to find my business, because at the end of the day, it is a business. It's a commercial property. So we're really just trying to get people to know where it is. And that's really hard unless you're about 10 feet from that yard sign.
Yeah. Sorry to take up so much time, but one more.
That's okay.
I imagine you probably wouldn't have this, but do you have any examples of where this product was applied to brick and then removed? I mean, is there any
requested before.
documentation with 3M that states to putting this on old brick and it's possible?
I'm sure I could find some videos online, but because we haven't used this product yet, I wouldn't personally have my own, but I mean, I think we could, I mean, if a Google video is sufficient, I'm sure I could do some homework, or I'm unsure of how to do that without applying it to the building first. I mean, I'm happy to put it up as a test approval, and if everybody's happy with it, take it off, but I don't think that really meets what you're asking, which is seeing what happens when you take it off. So
I think what may help, and depending on how this goes, I mean, I for one, Commissioner, am open to it. But I think I just need a better understanding of how it's applied, how it can be removed, the effects it has. It may be helpful to bring in, if this is continued, which I'm not saying it is, may be helpful to bring in somebody from, that applies this material to tell us, how it's removed. Does the stickiness or whatever, does it pull off, can it pull off mortar? Does it affect the integrity of the brick, that sort of stuff? So.
There was a statement on there from one of the employees, one of the people that would be leading in this project, the company that we've used. The company's name is Speed Pro. It's who we've used for any other types of signage in the past, who essentially said that there's no damage to the surface. But I mean, again, that's not a video, that's not a demonstration. I'd be happy to maybe have them send a video of, I mean, since they're the ones, I don't know if that suffices. I think bringing somebody in here to say the same things that I'm saying or that's up there. And I mean no disrespect, I'm just playing devil's advocate, but we're just still saying rather than showing. I'm happy to have them see if I can provide a video. My goal, I mean, I've been doing this process for about 7 months now. My goal is to be able to put some signs up. That sign has been down for a lot longer than that. So my goal is to hopefully approve something today. But with a condition of sending a video of their process, I'd trying to play ball as best I can here,
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
The thing I don't think we've talked about is the actual dimensions of the sign. I don't know that we've talked
They're
about that
somewhere on
enough.
there, I believe.
Slide 9.
Yeah. And I guess my question to you is, how do those dimensions match up with the dimensions that are allowed based on the standards? Because if I'm interpreting this correctly, this looks like 25 square feet of signage on the left front side and about 14 on the rear.
I'm unaware of a specific dimension requirements for the actual building. What I was told ahead of time when I was given a good amount of help was that practically the yard sign and those dimensions were all that we were allowed. So I apologize for my naivety, but I don't know of the specific dimensions if it were to be on the building, and happy to adjust them. I
Okay.
just essentially, as somebody who works in an art industry, chose something that was visible, but also fit a space correctly, right size picture on the right size wall or picture frame on the right size wall, if that makes sense.
Understood. And I'm glad to hear you say you're happy to adjust, because what we want to make sure that the size restrictions that we do have are being observed and
Absolutely.
adhered to. So Commissioner Lineberger?
I have a question. It might be really more for Christie. Even if we approve this, how does this interface with the city sign ordinance? Like if we approved it,
It still has to go,
The
they
size.
still have to get a permit.
right?
I
Yeah.
believe I also have to
'Cause-
talk to Landmark as well. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
That's all right.
Oh, you're a landmark
That's all
too?
yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I
So
think
they
it's
got-
Stuart Gray, is that right?
Yeah.
He's already reached out to me, so.
It just seems to exceed the city's limits as
Yeah.
well. So that's why
Okay.
I was going to ask the same question that Commissioner,
Okay.
calling you by your old name, by our chair, about the size.
Sure.
Because it does exceed it by more than double from what our standard reads, which is no more than 10 square feet.
Okay.
So.
This is kind of after the fact, but can I just ask about approaching, since the right side of your building is really not visible? Well, so how do you actually park at your facility? Like you park in the back, you
So
drive down the
This
left?
is a driveway here and there's, it's kind of hard to tell, but there is enough room to do parallel spots along the side
Okay,
that kind of faces the parking lot of the church. And in the back, there's also an entrance on Fifth Street,
there-
so.
okay. But if you turn from Fifth Street, you would have to know that it was there because you haven't gotten to the building yet.
Yeah, you wouldn't see the sign or even the front door. We have an employee entrance in the back that looks like a residential door, as opposed to like a French double door in the front that at least looks a little more like a business. So that's kind of our major purpose of doing this, is it doesn't read as a commercial property to anybody, and that's kind of the opposite of what I'm hoping for running a business.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners?
Just so that you know, 8.2 is where we have our signage measurements.
Is an apple.
A is in apple.
Perfect, thank you. And again, before there's deliberation, I'm happy to adjust signage again. That was one component that was overlooked, but again, hoping that there's some sort of leniency in the fact that it is the business and the purpose is to radiate that, so. Thank you.
And the last thing I'll say, if other commissioners didn't have anything else, is in A.2, there is a section for non-conforming signs, because I believe the sign that was there was likely a non-conforming
I would
sign.
assume so, yeah.
And so had it not fallen, or if you put it back up because that was the sign that was there, then we wouldn't be here, of course.
Of course.
I don't believe, but just wanted to make sure that you saw
Absolutely.
that.
And that's why I want to do the right thing by, bringing it to your attention, as well as something that's not going to damage the building. I don't like stuff getting ripped out of the brick of my building either, so I was hoping that this was a good creative solution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, let's close for deliberation. Okay, looks like you want to say something, Commissioner
You
Walker.
know, yeah, it's interesting looking at this and looking at our guidelines for murals, which neither of these are. They're signs, and I realize there's a distinction, but in the historic district, we have, considerable leniency with regard to the application of murals on historic properties. I'm not saying these are murals. I'm just saying, there's a part of me that recognizes the difficulty this business owner has with the traffic conditions, et cetera. So it is, I think, on a corner lot, and it does require us to give it some wiggle room, is my kind of thinking with it so far.
Okay.
What's our standard for murals? 5.9.
Yes.
Says that they cannot. Says murals cannot contain any advertising, including company names, business logos, and/or symbols that are related to business. So there is that.
That may be the reason for us not to use them.
That's everything.
To Jill's point, it's like the last one under murals that says it doesn't talk about the limitations with material. Can you turn to murals, please?
Jill has it.
Okay. It is 5.9, number 9. It says all murals shall have a wall surface suitable to receive the materials proposed. The proposed material shall not cause unreasonable permanent damage to historic cladding and should be appropriate for long-term use on wall surface. And that is not, that's very different from what our sign standards say. The sign standards limit it to not vinyl, not metal, like traditional materials. So Jill has a great point. And, our standards are what they are, but there might be worth a second look. Thank you.
Okay, number 8's interesting.
Yeah,
Historic murals or historic signs, logos, or other historic commercially related messages may have acquired historic significance in their own right. In these instances, they may be retained and ding, 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 restored as approved by the HDC on a case-by-case basis. I don't know how long the other sign was up before it blew away. Historic is what, 50 years or more. So I don't know if that would apply, but it's moving in a direction.
Okay. Other thoughts, commissioners?
Raising my hand.
Oh, Commissioner Wojcik?
Thank you. So it sounds like, the overall size is something that we're all wondering about. And then material, our biggest concern, one, it's not compliant in our standards at this moment, but we have never seen this product before. And so the big question is, how does it remove? And so that's something that we could ask for more information about, specifically from the manufacturer. The vocabulary that was posted there says that it can easily be removed, but I'm sure there's some documentation that the manufacturer could provide. Right?
If they could do a video, I'm, as one commissioner, open to watching a video, of how it is applied and then how it can be removed. I think that's sufficient evidence, to determine how it will impact the brick.
And then the other element was how long had that sign that's documented in this picture, how long had that sign been there? And is that something that he might be able to utilize? I mean, those were kind of the 3 points that I heard everybody talk about.
Yep. I agree. So size, we need to make sure that we address that in the decision. The application and removal of the proposed signage material
And the number.
and the number of signs.
This is a beautiful building. My daughter used to go to First Presbyterian weekday school, so I saw this building all the time. And that the rear side is, well, I don't think anyone's arguing that the rear side is, would definitely count as a primary facade, just because of its location and visibility. The front is covered. This is on Poplar. Fifth Street, I think to Commissioner Lineberger or Commissioner Wojcik's point, like that is where people come into. And so I don't know how you all would feel about that one, but I think that that needs to be addressed. How many signs are we allowing?
Well, our standards, I believe, limits us to 2.
I thought it said on all the, hold on, let me just look it up.
I don't know if I had anything, she's gonna look it up. I thought it was more than that.
You thought it was more than 2?
Yeah, depending on
Oh.
how many sides to the building.
But there are only
It's on
2
the
streets,
corner.
no?
I think it's street frontage.
Yeah, street frontage.
Yeah. Businesses on corner lots. It says on number. Yeah. Yeah. One sign.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Turn your mic on.
So how does that work? I'm sorry, thank you. So how does that work that the maximum allowable sign size is 1.5 square feet?
It was just gonna be a directional, enter here, like here's a small little sign. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a baby sign.
it's a baby sign. It's really small. Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I ask?
Yes.
So Christy, you started off by saying that we have leeway or that signage is a different animal.
You have leeway with all projects, considering the location, the visibility, like, to me, this is a very unique site that you can see all 4 sides of the building. Most places that are asking for signage, you only see the front of the building, like on East Boulevard, even on, South Mint, some of those industrial ones we've reviewed. And so, it's like any other project where you're taking the unique circumstances of the project, its content, the context, and the lot, and saying, well, this is why we're making the decision we're making. You can even, I think there's a very valid point being made about the street's a one-way street, right? East Boulevard's a two-way street. So there's a lot of unique things about this property, I think, that does give the commission a little more flexibility than they normally would have for signage.
Yeah, I think I'm not familiar with this building, oddly enough, I think. I should be. But as one commissioner, from the photographs, it does look like it is, these sides are very visible. And from these photographs, I do not have a problem with the number or location. It's the size and material that I'm not even struggling with. I would just need more, the size I'm struggling with. But the material, I would love to fall in love with it. I just don't know enough about it. I mean, it's like Hardy Artisan. That's a great product. We didn't, 15 years ago, it didn't exist, and now it's great, so is this one of those things?
Exactly. I think we are onto something because we've said it a few times, that we don't know enough about the product. We don't want to say no. We just need more information. So I think that's one thing. And then I've been convinced as one commissioner, yes, you can see this building on all of the sides. So the number of signs doesn't bother me. It is a business. And so that makes sense to have that many signs. Is there anything else that we are having a difficult time with?
I think if this is the 3M product, they've done testing. I'm sure it's available, and I think the concern, I think, is if we're gonna put this on the brick and say it's 7 years, does it breathe? Does it allow the brick, that's very porous brick probably. It's gonna get moisture, it's gonna deteriorate. What is it gonna look like? And I'd just like to see the data on that.
Maybe then we could ask for this, we could say that this should be continued, and we can ask for that information. There's also an A.2, and I don't know if this is a historic sign, the one that was blown away, but the restoration and retention of historic signs and/or historic sign structural elements that remain in their original location is encouraged. So there's more information, hopefully, that he can bring back that will help make a case for why we should say yes.
That sounds like the making of a motion.
I'd like to make one.
Oh,
Thought, and that is that a couple of commissioners have mentioned something about the size of these signs, and I wouldn't want the applicant to leave without knowing what in fact
Thank you.
that is, so that they know what they have to work with.
good catch. Thank you, Commissioner Walker.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for more information on the new material, which we have not yet approved. We need to know how it is applied, how it is removed, and how it is maintained. We also need to know if the ghost sign that is there now is historic. We also need for a restudy of the size of the signs per our standards A.2. Particularly paying attention to the section within urban districts, general commercial and research office zoning districts. Non-conforming signs, historic signs. Those are all included. Are all standards that should be referenced before the applicant returns.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, I would also encourage the commission to consider adding 5.6 to the motion, which refers to masonry, and it might lead the applicant to get an idea for what may be permitted as to masonry and what might not, given that there is brick on this building. Just something to consider for your motion.
But I will accept that friendly amendment from our attorney.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right.
And also, just because it's one of my faves, Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5. If we can find something within our historic districts that might help make a case for this, then that would be wonderful too.
Okay, and Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 10-0. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Yes, I email continuation letters next week. All right, does anyone want to take a break? Yes. Yeah, okay. Let's take a maybe 13-minute break, come back at 3. Okay, thank you, everybody. Hello, we are back from break. And we are going to resume with application item number 7. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Hi, Ren. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Do you, by chance, have video that you can turn on?
I do. Yeah, hold on one second.
And have you been sworn in?
I have not. I wasn't sure exactly how to do that.
Okay, we'll do that right now. And if you've joined us in the audience, please be sworn in at this time.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. This next application is for an addition. And the addition is wider than the main house and is requesting the use of a non-traditional material. So because of these two reasons, this could not be staff approved. And they are also requesting to paint the brick of the new fireplace. So the house is shown on slide 6. And slide 7 shows the existing site plan with the deck that's there. And slide 8 shows the new proposed deck and how it, bumps out to the side with the new chimney. And the horizontal surface of the deck material is proposed to be a non-traditional, like Trex-like material. With that, there are, some more plans on 9, 10, 11 through slide 15, but I'm going to turn it over to Ren and have him explain the project to you and answer any questions the commission might have. Ren, before you get started, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Name is Ren Wells, 412 East Kingston in Charlotte, 28203. Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me, and I apologize. I might not be the most technical presenter that you guys have. I'm doing this on my own. I am the homeowner. This is something that my wife and I have been working on, trying to give us a little bit more living space outside. We have 3 young kids, and just giving us a little bit more flexibility on the house. To be honest, we probably had these plans done without knowing too many of the rules and regulations. But I've responded to some of those comments that were previously made and happy to make some adjustments as needed. The size does seem to be something that's important to us. I think we could have left it the similar size and had a staff approval, but this was important to us to get a little bit more space in the back, and the fireplace was something that we would like to add as well. And I'm happy to walk through any particulars or answer the comments that were given previously. As you can see in the existing pictures, the porch that is there, I'm not sure how old it is. We've only been in the house about 3 years, but the condition of the deck is deteriorating. It's good for splinters and those sort of things for the kids right now. And we are just trying to look to modernize and make it a little bit more comfortable.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see that we have any callers.
All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, Ren. Thank you for this submittal. I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about the fireplace.
Sure.
Is that going to be a traditional masonry and mortar fireplace that sits on the ground? And is it wood burning?
Correct on both fronts. That's the desire. Certainly open to if that needs to be changed, but yes, that was the plan as currently shown.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Hi, Ren. I just wanted to confirm you, in the proposal, it says that you were planning to paint, but I saw, or the brick, the fireplace. I believe I saw somewhere that you were willing to not. Did Did I see that somewhere?
If that's important to the committee, I'm happy to not. The chimney on the existing house is exposed above the roof line. The rest of the chimney on the side of the house is painted. And so we were going to paint it just to kind of blend in and match with that. But if it's felt significantly, we are happy to leave it unpainted. I will say, you can see in a couple of the pictures, the view from the street is pretty crowded with the mature landscaping that have every intention of leaving. And so, you know, I don't know if that goes into play with the painted brick versus the not painted, but we are happy to comply either way.
Yeah, it doesn't, Ren, simply because that landscaping could go away at any point, whether it's you or anyone else. And so that would leave that fireplace exposed to the public realm.
Maybe that'll save me some money.
Other questions? Sorry.
This is more of a question for staff, and the applicant's welcome to respond to. Christy, in looking at the design of the fireplace, obviously we have sort of like a stepped-in tier thing going on. I mean, did we comment at all typically on these types of like landscape feature projects with how the design is? I mean, typically we'd see like a sloped row lock sort of condition and a cap condition and things like that. I mean, is that something that you guys can work on with the applicant, or do we need to?
We can certainly work on it with the applicant, provided clear direction from the commission. And yes, it's definitely something you can comment on, because it is a architectural feature that's, you know, being mimicked from the house. And so you do have that to fall back on as well.
Okay, so what I would probably suggest here is, and I think, you know, Ren, you can feel free to respond, but what I would say is we probably would want to mimic at least the existing fireplace and chimney on the main part of the house. Just, you know, good construction practice. You know, it's a good nod back to the architectural history of the property as well. So, you know, please feel free to respond and let me know if you'd be open to that.
Yeah, certainly open to that. Hadn't given it that much thought before, but I understand, and that makes sense to me.
And then, you know, I definitely sympathize with you trying to go to more of a carrying material for little children's feet and things like that. Trex, you know, vinyl railing, those sort of materials aren't typically approved in our districts. We usually like to go to more traditional materials like wood, brick, concrete, stone, things of that nature. Have you looked at other materials for the decking and railing?
Not certainly open to it if that's going to be a requirement. I mean, we plan on trying to do the project regardless of material. We just like the look, the feel, the longevity, those sort of things that came with the Trex.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And I just want to mention, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Christy, we have approved Trex and horizontal applications, but I think because this is visible from the street, regardless of whether there's landscaping, that's why this will have, if we want to be consistent with decisions that we've made in the past, that's going to give us a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, you've allowed it on horizontal surfaces, so like decking boards and stair treads, but no vertical surfaces like the skirting, handrails, and it's only been in locations that are not visible to any public right away. So like we've not allowed it on corner lots, just interior lots where it's all contained behind the house.
If I can comment to that, and in going back to one of the comments that Brett Strom made in one of our past retreats, you know, even though this is visible from the street, it is so far back in the site, I don't think anybody would ever know. And I sympathize with the client trying to protect his children.
Well,
from
I
injury.
mean, and
So-
decks aren't a historic architectural feature either,
Exactly,
right? It's
so,
new.
yeah.
So, that's the reason staff couldn't approve it, because the commission's only given staff the okay to approve in non-visible locations. But the commission can certainly, make your decision based on the unique circumstances of this lot and maybe the lack of visibility.
Yeah, and I agree with that because of the railing, right? I mean, how visible is it really? So, okay, commissioners, questions? Questions for the applicant?
I had a quick question on the conversation we were just having. That's the Trex on because the railings are vinyl, right? Is what they're,
Mm-hmm.
so is that what we were talking about or? 'Cause
So the vinyl, I don't think that's something that we've approved for
Okay.
vertical either.
Correct. We've never, vinyl's not an approvable product.
Okay, I
But the applicant has said that they're open to Trex or pressure treated wood. So I guess my only recommendation would be to stick with your horizontal surfaces only, even if you are allowing this. So like skirt board should be wood, railing should be wood, but given that the location of this and how minimal it sticks out on the side of the house, wording it something like that, and that it's just this little horizontal surface that it's inches, maybe less than an inch, that you would see, like using all of that to back up any kind of decision you would make.
Okay.
Not the risers, but the treads can be. But I don't think they have any stairs on, I think their stairs are interior to the lot. So like their treads can be,
Christy, will you repeat Brett's question? He wasn't on mic.
oh, sure. Yes, Commissioner Taylor asked about stair risers, and I was answering that we've allowed it on stair treads, but the risers themselves, the vertical element would be wood.
Commissioner Wojcik?
So I have a technical question of our builders, but typically if this is installed correctly, wouldn't the skirt board overlap the horizontal edge of the Trex deck board? Or no?
No, it would go up.
Overlap it? Oh, underneath it, okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You said more than that. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's close for deliberation. This seems pretty straightforward and the applicant seems open to alternatives. So perhaps we can give them and staff some guidance. Oh, Commissioner Barr?
Do you want to?
Oh,
Okay.
rock, paper, scissors?
Duke it out. I'd like to make a motion to. Christy, help me out.
Approve this
Wanna-
project with conditions.
Okay, great,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna, yeah. So we obviously have some proposed materials that are not in compliance. But I think we can give staff enough direction where they can work with this applicant in getting it there. With that being said, I'd like to approve this application with the following conditions: that the applicant, that the vinyl railing, any lattice work or any vertical components, skirt boards, et cetera, are not of vinyl material and are of wood. We are approving the Trex decking on horizontal surfaces only. And would request that the applicant work with staff, especially Candace, on fireplace and brick detailing for the architectural feature on the deck, requesting that the applicant more closely align the design with the chimney and fireplace on the existing house, as well as appropriate architectural detailing to include sloped stepping in of the fireplace with row-lock coursing. And do not paint. Do not paint the brick.
Can we get some standards to help out?
So additions, chapter 6.20.
And like to reference standards for additions, chapter 6, as well. Well, it's included materials.
Materials 6.15.
It's actually 6.18.
Yes.
Oh, 6.18. Oh,
Typo.
thank you.
Materials 6.18.
Yeah.
Masonry. What do you say? 5.5.
5.5.
Okay, great. We have a motion from Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second from Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motions? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ren. More information to come next week. Our next application is 719 Templeton Avenue. And my apologies, I completely forgot to announce at the beginning of the meeting that there's been an applicant deferral. And that is for application number 13. The applicant has elected to defer to next month instead. So that will not be heard today. So I think our applicants are with us online. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Christy.
How are you? Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So the commission may remember this project from last spring. They're back with a revised plan to enlarge the existing front dormer and obtain a little more heated square footage on the left and right elevation. So the front dormer enlargement is shown on slide 10. And then right now this area is roof on slide 11, and they're proposing to change that and add some wall space and change the location of where the roof ties in. And that's also seen on the left elevation on slide 12. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Ryan, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Ryan Wint, and my address is 342 Circle Avenue.
Great. Ryan, I'm starting you out on the slide 9, which is showing some of the 3D views.
Yeah,
So
that's actually perfect, Christy. I appreciate that. And I don't know, Christy, you tell me, I don't know how much I need to recap from our previous meetings, but essentially what we ended up going back and looking at was the roof that we were proposing to add that connects the main existing original house to the existing two-story structure. And my previous applicants that I had submitted, the dormer that we were connecting those two were rising above the main original part of the house. And so what we did is we got creative with basically creating a smaller low-pitched shed roof that essentially still does what we need to and connects the two existing structures gable-wise, but it also lowers it to get it below the roof of the main house. And so this allows from the street view an unobstructed view to this new shed roof that we're proposing. It does cause some internal head heights to be lower than what we had before, but we've obviously spoken with our client and presented it, and they're okay with it. So I think the main thing I wanted to have obviously looked at was our new proposed roof that we did that kind of captured those two things. Given that we ultimately are trying to stay, I think what was the kind of the discussion point from last time is trying to stay below that existing ridge of the main house. And so I think that can be pretty easily depicted through the slides that Christy has on now with the 3D, and then obviously our 2D drawings that show. And also I'll make one other point. We also did on the right side with that new dormer, had made them non-coplanar lines, whereas they were before they were on the same plane. So now we're set back a couple of inches to, again, kind of defer that shed addition separate from the original house and obviously the existing two-story structure. So that's the main gist of what I was wanting to present, and obviously would love to hear the commission's thoughts and feedback given where we are today.
No colors.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Thank you. Hi, Ryan. Thank you for the resubmittal and taking
Yeah.
our information and making it into something. I just have two questions.
Sure.
Pitch of the shed that you're proposing now, that will connect between the two gables. Do you know what pitch that is?
Yes, it's a 2 and 12.
Okay.
And we've actually reached out to our roofing contractor that we work with all the time, and he's going to do ice and water shield with asphalt shingles, so we don't have to get into a situation of doing any sort of rubber roof.
Great. That answered both of my questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? And I do have to ask, if this were to need to be removed, would it affect the integrity of the existing structure?
No, just because we ultimately are just connecting essentially 2 points, the original gable and the two-story gable. So if it was removed, actually it would just go back to what it currently looks like now, which can be seen in some of the right side elevation pictures that we took of the property. So no, to answer your question, it could be removed and not affect the integrity because we're leaving the existing rake boards and brackets and everything like that that are currently there.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, sure.
Other questions, commissioners? All right, we'll close for deliberation.
Great, thank you, guys.
Okay, commissioners, thoughts? Seems straightforward.
Comment?
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Wojcik.
If I remember correctly, the roof lines were the dominant element, the side roof lines were the dominant element that we asked him to restudy last year. I feel like he took into consideration our concerns and addressed them well architecturally and to meet his client's needs. So I think that was successful.
Sounds like what we wanted, what we asked. Other thoughts? Because if there aren't any, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wojcik is just looking at her notes.
Thank you. So I did notice, staff has some, element on about the trim on the windows on the front, so I could just incorporate that into the kind of review with conditions, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'd like to approve this application as it is incongruous with our standards, not incongruous with our standards. It meets our standards for new construction, chapter 6 additions, pages 6.2 through 6.24. And if the applicant could please address the trim detail addressed in staff notes with staff.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 10-0. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time again.
Thanks so much. Commissioner Taylor is recusing from the next application. And the next application is number 9. (2025) Charlotte Drive. I think I see Angie online. Angie, welcome. Can you please turn on your video?
It is. Let's see.
There we go. We see you.
Hey, there you go. Awesome.
And Fraser, will you be speaking too? If so, if you could please turn on your video. And Angie and Fraser, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
And I see Travis too. Travis, is Travis been sworn in too?
Hi, I have not been sworn in. I'm not sure that Fraser and I plan to speak, but if y'all want to swear us in just in case, that's just fine.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. All right, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, this next application is for an addition, and it also includes raising the existing brick chimney for code compliance and changing existing windows in the gable ends of the historic building. They need to be enlarged for egress. There's also some information about large canopy trees on the lot, as shown on A3. I am going to start with pictures of the existing structure and just turn it over to Angie for the presentation. Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1 in Charlotte, 28208.
Great. And then Fraser and Travis, if you would also just state your names and your addresses for the court reporter.
Sure. Travis Hinman, 2025 Charlotte Drive, Charlotte, 28203.
Fraser Hinman, 2025 Charlotte Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
All right, Angie, take it away.
Okay, awesome. So before you have a 1.5 story 1942 colonial revival house. It's got 2 front facing dormers that lead into an attic that is just just shy of having accessible headroom internally. The front dormers have mitered wood lap siding, and that is the same material that we're going to be using for the rear addition. So the project scope is to extend the ridge similar to the house that's adjacent to the left, and you can barely see it in slide. No, go back one. I'm sorry. The slide that you're on, Christy. I'm sorry. So yeah, current slide. And you can see the addition. They raised the ridge on the left. And one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to raise the ridge. And I noticed in the comments, there was a little bit of confusion. It says 3'10", and that is not correct. It's actually 3'4". That 3'10" dimension on the elevations was from a ceiling height to the ridge. And so there was a little bit of conflict. So that number has been revised in this package that you have. So we're raising the ridge to 723.5 feet. The house to the left is at 723.6 feet. So it's just shy of the adjacent house to the left. Currently, there is a hip roof on the back, and we are going to be adding a gable in the back, removing the porch with the jalousie windows on the back, relocating the service as well as the condensing units. And the condensing units would be placed on the front, right behind the chimney on the left-hand side. So there's a fence currently there that hides the location and screens them from the street. So they're going to be relocated from the back right corner to the front left side. There are some existing trees on the property, and they've been identified, and we have provided a tree save, as you can see in the current slide. And Christy, for some reason, I can't see the number of the slide that you're on. I think it's slide 10. Is that correct?
And yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, just so I can see the allocation of slide. Basically raising the ridge, creating cross gables in the back with some shed dormers that gain us some head height. And one of the things I do want to note that's a little bit different than some of the other projects that we've done is where we try to extend those the cross gable to the very outer edge or the perimeter thermal wall. In this case, we are intentionally stepping in the addition 3 feet on both sides. So, and I'll get to the rear elevation, but where the step in and up is 3 feet in and 3'4" up, so that it is not coplanar with any of the exterior walls. There was a couple of interesting facts. The windows on either side of the gable that Christy addressed, those windows are actually 1'8" by 3'2", and they sit at 4'4" above the floor, which they do not meet any type of egress. And so we have, we want to create 2 bedrooms on the front using the dormers as part of the bedrooms. And the only way to get an egress window is to change the side gables of the house, existing house. And without, breaching the ridge height and extending the ridge to the 3'4" mark or the 723.5 feet, we would not be able to get any type of fenestration in that added extra gable. As you can see in slide 12, Christy, just to the left of that, in that dormer right there on this side. So we, consulted and reviewed this, discussion through, I guess, with staff. At one point, we decided, well, we're going to leave the gable vent where it is and just add siding up and fur the walls out so that face of brick was flush with face of stud. It did create a transition problem of brick mold or trim. And so we've come up with an option 2, which is what we'd like to do is salvage the brick that's on the back of the house that we're going to be removing and use that brick to create a flush plane with the window. And it allows us then to create an egress window without modifying the dormers on the front of the house. So keeping the row lock that's there, because there is a row lock where it transitioned from from event to brick. So still maintaining that line as an identifying marker, but then using the brick that's on the back of the house. Of course, brick is unpainted, so it would be brick that we could use and salvage from the back. The addition that you see just to the paper north of your, still on slide 12, in the gable, we would transition to wood siding and then create a vent that the original vent was there. So we're still simulating the same thing. The fenestration patterns that happen on both left and right sides are a product of one, aligning windows with the existing windows from below, and also from function from the inside. So the current slide that you see, the proposed left elevation, you can see a small gable over a bathroom. And then there's the last window that you see on that slide in the rear is actually a closet. We didn't need a window there, but based on just the aesthetics from the exterior, a window is appropriate in that location. The next slide, Christy, slide 13, is the rear elevation. And we do have a main cross gable that intersects with the roof. You can see the chimney height is raised 3 feet. If you can zoom in on that, just a tad on slide 13, you can see that everything is being raised up, so it meets the rule of 3 feet above a ridge. That brick is also going to be some salvaged brick that we have from the back of the house that we're removing. So we're limited in our brick, so we have to be very selective on exactly where we use it. But it is to reuse salvaged brick that's there. Next slide, which would be slide 14. Again, the fenestration patterns, we're trying to stay as minimal as possible, subordinate size windows on the second floor. And again, the same detail of option 2, which is brick and siding. Some of the staff comments were to provide similar transition details of siding. And while there are details out there, it would be a difficult transition because you typically have a 2-inch brick mold versus 4-inch or 4.5 inches of casing. So our preference would probably be to go with the brick and be resolved and have just the brick mold. Let's see, the rear detail of the porch. So go back to slide 13. Yes. So we're just, being that these are not 100% completed permit ready plans, we asked that we could work out any details of trim, columns, railing with staff. Wood windows to be wood to match existing. They're wood now 6/6. Let's see, back door. Again, work out details of back door with staff. Let's see. There have been other projects that we've done that are very similar to this that have been approved with size and fenestration patterns, additions, and additions placed to the rear of the property without impacting the front. Would have been 1147 Linganore. We just presented that project, and last year we presented a project at 1740 Merriman Avenue, which ironically is a brand new house that has very, very similar details and appearance to this home. Let's see, wood lap siding and mitered corners. So the corners are mitered. We've presented rear yard calculations. We are at 41.7% of permeability in the rear yard. And that is taken into consideration that this house backs up to Kenilworth, and you come in from Kenilworth to get into the garage. So unfortunately, a lot of their backyard is garage and concrete driveway, just by the nature of the street. And so we are at 41.7% of permeability in the rear yard. They do have existing gravel walkway that doesn't count against, and then there's some of the sidewalk and part of the existing porch that's being removed. Then I believe that's it. Fraser, if you had any other comments to add?
Yeah, Angie, that hard to follow, and certainly appreciate having you involved in this process. I think I'd just like to thank the commission for their time in hearing this. Obviously, thank Angie for her hard work and expertise in drawing up these plans. On a personal note, this house is the first home that Travis and I bought. We brought our first and only child home there and have lived here for about 5 years, and considered and kind of thought about these plans since moving in. We're excited to be at this stage in the process, and again, just appreciate the time and the consideration of the commission.
No callers?
All right. Hi, Angie. Thank you.
Hello.
Good to see you. I did want to get a clarification on the rear yard calculation. Are you saying that it's 41.7% impermeable or permeable?
So it's the reverse, like the way we do our calculations. So it's max 50%, we're at 41.74.
Impermeable.
Yeah, it should say impervious.
Got it.
So the total permeable is 41.74. So we're above 50%. So we're at like, it's the reverse. I know it's our math calculations, but it's
Permeability needs to be above 50%.
correct.
And
It is.
it's labeled as permeability.
Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. It is the reverse. It's the
Okay.
reverse.
Awesome.
If you do the math, you'll see it is reversed. And Fraser, help me out here with the math on that.
All
I'm
right.
sorry. It is the reverse.
Okay. Thank you for
I
confirming
wouldn't
that.
present to you something that was more than what was allowed.
Okay. I didn't think so.
No, no, ma'am.
All right. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? Oh,
Angie, thorough as usual. So staff brought up a couple of questions or comments rather that you did address. I do want to point out, particularly on the left and right hand elevations, I think it's Windows B. Particularly, I'm mostly looking at, the bathroom and the loft area. I realize and the other bathroom on the right-hand side. I realize you're dealing with some sill conditions and some programmatic things that you're trying to jog around, but I'd really like if you consider potentially increasing the size of those windows by, maybe a factor of 50% or so, particularly the height, just so that we can get more of a dormer condition and feel with the rhythm of fenestration across that second floor space.
And which windows are that, Chris? I'm sorry, you mentioned.
It's Windows B. You on the left-hand side, I would mainly look at in that bathroom, that master bath area by the tub.
Okay.
And the loft, 2 in the loft, and the 2 in the master bedroom toward the rear.
Oh, make them bigger? Sure. I think they would appreciate more light, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we just, I understand. So looking at, this is the right hand elevation, I believe. So where Christie's cursor is, particularly those 2, I think would, just give us a better sill condition with respect to the roof line and create more of a dormer feel. Maybe not the 2. Well, we can give a little bit more to the 2 to the right of that as well, in the master bedroom, Christie. So I'd say add at least 6 inches to those, maybe a foot to the ones where the loft is. And then on the left-hand elevation, if you go there.
We'll make them tempered over the tub anyway, so that's not an issue.
Yeah, those 3.
So that's one in the closet, and they can certainly, hang and do something a little different internally in the closet, but, yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, especially the two ganged windows where Christie's cursor is.
Okay. Now, is this something that you would allow me to work with staff on?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my personal opinion would be for the windows like that where we have, there's a large field of siding. I'd say probably another foot on those to the height and maybe 6 inches to the width. I mean, that's something that I think you can play with staff with.
Okay.
Let's see what else. Rear yard code, we went over that. Oh, Christy, can you go to the rear elevation? Here. Yes. So we have, and you may have mentioned this, Angie, but we have a foundation condition where there's a ledge produced with the brick foundation and a row lock to the siding, which at least I haven't seen a lot in usually these old houses are built with brick foundations that align with the wood framing. So you have more of a continuous transition there versus having a ledge like this, which you see on newer construction. Would you be opposed to doing away with the ledge and more of a continuous brick foundation?
Sure, face of brick, face of stud, absolutely. And truly it's preferred. What we were trying to do was keep the row lock. And when you have face of brick as face of stud, as you know, you kind of lose that row lock detail because your siding typically goes just barely over brick. But that was the reason for it. But it certainly is truly more economical, not that economics plays a factor in y'all's decision, but it is more economical to go face of brick, face of stud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
think
have an
I, as
issue
one
with that unless the
commissioner-
owners do.
Yeah, I think I, as one commissioner, would prefer to see that, in talking about the history of this house and this being the next stage, I think having a different foundation condition that there is acceptable, but just having, more of the traditional construction methods would be preferred from my perspective. And we can look to staff on that as well. I don't know if you have any opinion.
And just so that Fraser and Travis know, it doesn't change the look. You just remove the row lock and then everything aligns straight down. So, okay.
Yeah, the ledge goes away, which might speak to easier waterproofing details as well. So that would be good. And then as far, I mean, I've always had a problem with this. Typically I don't like to increase ridge lines. I know we've done on a number of projects in the past. My only, playing devil's advocate in looking at this as a unique house. We're increasing the ridge, we're increasing, therefore we have to increase the chimney as well, which we get into matching brick and mortar and all that stuff. Can you sort of plead your case on why we should allow this ridge increase, given that we're having to do all these maneuvers to let that happen?
Yes, absolutely. So based on framing, and we've already done our structural engineering on this. And so based on the framing and the ridge height and the ridge pole that we need, we actually needed that for insulation. So if you go to the rear elevation, it's more of a telltale where we were, which is slide 13. And so and because we're also staying below the ridge of increase and to get insulation and the rafters that are needed, that we actually and mechanicals, so because there's nowhere for mechanicals too, like because we didn't extend the house far left and far right, like we're setting back in 3 feet from the thermal wall of the house. The mechanicals have to travel through. Christy, if you can zoom in on the rear elevation, between the windows, So the ceiling joist, you can see the line of the ceiling. And just above that, you'd have a 2x6 ceiling joist. And then the space between the rafters and the ceiling joist was minimal for a duct. And this is we're down to inches. We've already kind of had this pre-engineered. So we know that we needed X number of inches to get the mechanicals clear in there. So the 3 foot 4 inches in the raise of height is no more than the house next door as well, which is within a couple of inches, I think 1 inch or so of the house of this. And that you could see that in one of the photos that I believe it was slide 9, or there it is, slide 15. Their increase of height is almost identical. And the house to the right, if you look at their increase is 726.4, although that's an addition on the back. So I'm looking really at the house on the left. So to answer your question, we needed those few extra inches for the mechanicals. And this is not something that, we talked about this with Fraser and Travis, like, okay, do we lower it? But then what happens if we have to come back to commission and ask for 6 more inches? So we'd rather just go for it now, knowing that we're going to need those extra few inches.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can I ask a question? Angie, I know you're comparing it to a house that's had an addition, but we don't compare to, new construction.
Right.
How does this 3 foot 4 inch increase compare to the other historic houses on the street? Is it the same height as another historic house, or is it taller?
So the New Ridge would be slightly taller by 2.5 feet. If you can, we do the math, like the house to the left is 720. Our house was 720. They're all relative to the 720, and so as you go down, they go lower. But the overall height of the house, Christy, could you zoom in on 2 houses to the left? So it was 20 feet 4 inches from grade, and ours is, and the next one was 21 feet from grade, and our house is only 18 feet from grade. So it's already naturally like a 2 foot difference, right? So the 2 houses to the left is 20 feet from grade. 21 feet. Yeah, so you already have a 2 foot advantage in height. Does that make sense?
So you're how much taller than the tallest historic house?
Yeah, so I don't know what number this is, but even the third house to the left. So it's 21 feet 3 inches from grade. And then our house was only 18 feet from grade.
Right, but I'm asking, what is it with the addition from grade?
Oh, with the addition from grade is, it's on our elevations, is it not, Christy? Do we not have that on our front elevation? At 20, I thought we had it. Go down.
You do not. You don't see, that's the problem. You don't have it from grade.
Go to the right next slide.
Okay.
You had it from grade. There it is. It's 21.9. 22.9, excuse me.
22.9 1/4.
Correct.
And the
From
tallest
grade.
historic house is
21.
21.3. Okay.
So we're 1.6 feet taller from grade. And I'm not sure what the next house is on the right, if you can look at all of them. One on the right, that doesn't count, and neither does this 25. So 21.3 from grade to 22.9, so 1.6 feet, so 18 inches. And that's where we're asking, that's what we're asking for. Does that answer your question, Christy?
I think so.
Okay.
Thanks.
It does, but I am curious if there is any alternative to going this far up? I mean,
So, there really isn't based on the floor system, because currently right now the ceiling system, and I'm getting maybe into too more detail, but they have 2x6 ceiling joists. Well, you need 2x10s minimally. And so with the engineering of it, we're naturally just raising the ceiling, even if I worked with the existing ceiling height. But in order to get at least 8-foot ceiling in this space, which that's all we're asking for now. Our plate heights are lower, but in order to have 8-foot ceilings and the mechanicals that are required that we need, that we know we need, we're down to inches. You know, even lowering it 4 or 5 inches could make or break mechanicals, and that's one of the things that we had talked about was do we just try to squeeze in the mechanicals and then come back to you for an extra 3 or 4 inches? And it's not worth that, knowing that we do need, well, can I say this? We're requesting that right now. The need for added square footage is a family need, but we didn't go all the way out to the exterior walls, which doesn't buy us the height we need. But, as a, concession to going up an extra 5 or 6 inches or 8 inches, we brought the house in 6 feet from, 3 feet on either side. So I think that kind of is a plus. You asked in some of the other applications, like what would make this project more special? And it's that, we've conceded in 3 directions and we're asking for a few inches going vertical. And in hindsight, this is a unique situation, unique site, because it does back up to a busy road and you don't see this house from the backside. You're driving, at 30 miles an hour passing the back of this house. It does sit up higher because of the street and the drop in the back. And that, it is nestled in between, if you go to the photos, Christy, slide 9, I think. Yeah, so, from the slide 10, excuse me. No, 8, I'm sorry, the previous slide where it shows the front of the house. So here's the front of the house, extending the roof up. It's been done successfully on numerous projects that I think there's a few that we used as an example that are in the Wilmore neighborhood as well, where you're raising the roof up, 3 feet, 3.5 feet to successfully get, space that is really usable space internally, without really changing the front of the house, not changing dormers, not changing the fenestration. So it's an ask.
yes, and I think where I'm challenged, and I would imagine the other commissioners are challenged, is with addition 6.20. Number 5 in particular, maintain the existing roof pitch. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure. Typically, the original roof as visible from the public right-of-way should not be raised. And so where we have, I believe in the past, and Christy can correct us with her fantastic memory, is I think we typically try to not exceed that 2 to 3 foot range. And this goes beyond that.
And it's also, it's not just that, it's the height of a new addition and new construction cannot exceed that of the tallest historic building in a 360 degree. So that's why I was asking all those questions, because this is a 1.6 foot taller than the information we have about the adjacent historic buildings.
So we did something very similar at 2200 Charlotte Drive and 2100 Charlotte Drive. And this is just.
Did it exceed the height of the tallest historic house around it though?
I want to say that Michael Baker's house what, you mean, the house next door, it did. You would have to look,
A
Christie.
360 view. I think there was a Dutch Colonial across from Michael Baker's house that allowed the height to happen. And there was also the house behind.
Right, well, that was the non-historic house behind it at 2000.
Oh, you're right, that is not historic.
Road
But,
East, so that-
Ideal Way's the side street there?
Yeah, Ideal, yes, it's
Ideal,
Ideal and Charlotte Drive.
The opposite corner from Michael Baker's house is Denise's house, and she has a Dutch Colonial that's 2 stories.
So, what, in your guess, is it that we're 6 inches too high, 8 inches too high? Like, what is that magic point? Is it 2'8" instead of 3'4"?
It's the height of the tallest historic house, so I think you said you were 1'6" taller.
Correct.
So you need to be 1'6" shorter. I'm talking too much. Back to the commission.
No. I'm
Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, but that's a 360, right? So Angie could look at the 360. I mean, we're just looking at your.
We're looking at the one block, but if you go to the next slide, you can see some of the homes that are across the street. So if it's a 360, or is it just the houses totally adjacent? Because the houses across the street are much taller.
Well, it is 360, but the only information we have is for the same side of the street. So maybe you come back with more information.
Okay, so can we just take a quick peek at the slide that's right before this? That was slide 9. And the reason I ask is because, you know, there's obviously homes that are much taller, and that's the, you know, 2030 Charlotte Drive, and there's, you know, there's homes that are clearly taller.
But do we have the heights of those homes?
The only one that we have is this block. So I'd have to get the entire block across the street as well then. You know, you look at the one that's truly across the street, the Dutch Colonial, that's much, much taller. And that I wouldn't even need to, we know we're tall, we know we're shorter than that one. And that's directly across the street. So do I need to provide that specific information when you can clearly see that it's, you know, 2 stories almost across the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Angie, and I apologize for cutting in here, but I think this is the house that we're talking about is 2016 Charlotte Drive.
Yes.
Obviously, this is the first time going through this experience myself here, but to my recollection, I believe the staff was kind enough to provide the streetscape that we included in this package. I was just curious if that's something that could be referenced during this portion of the meeting and is available to check 2016 Charlotte Drive in particular.
It's not currently on file. We'd have to order it from Zotwell. But yes, we can order that.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Other questions for the applicants?
I'll say it's not just the ridge height, it's the massing on all elevations. It's a whole ripple effect once you start raising the ridge as much as you've raised it on this one. So as one commissioner, I have a challenge with the overall massing of this project.
Can I, in response to that, Kim, so if there's other projects that have been approved that are similar in scale, size, massing, is that considered something that, you know, and again, like Merriman Avenue, 1740 Merriman Avenue, that was almost an identical project to this, has the same rhythm, same fenestration, rhythm, patterns, heights.
I think one of the things we've been saying, Angie, is everything's contextual. On this streetscape where this house is located, I feel like the massing is out of scope with everything else.
Okay.
If I may ask, if the if additions that have been approved for other houses are not to be considered in this, isn't the, I mean, doesn't that provide some sort of information about the massing as well, though, that has been approved on this street, when we look to the house to the left and see the addition that's been added there and the massing change in that house?
As Christy said, we look at historic houses and we look at the context of the streetscape. So yeah, we can always point to houses that have more massing. And I understand, especially being the first time, that could be not only confusing, but frustrating, because if they could do it, why can't we? It is really about context. It's about rhythm. It's about how does this fit in within your corner of the world? And therefore, it's difficult to take something that was done in another neighborhood even and say, well, we did it there, or we did it 2 streets over. We have to look at it within context of your immediate surroundings. Which is really what preservation is about, right? It's not just the one house. It's about the streetscape. It's about the rhythm. It's about how do you fit in. And so when we are looking at making an exception, which is what this would be, to raise the ridge height as high as it's raised, to raise it higher than any historic house within the 360. If we did that, that would be an exception. And we'd have to justify that with what?
So going back to the 360 then, if we do have the Zootwell survey and the house across the street winds up being, 5 feet higher than this house, then this house is not taller than any historic home within a 360. So,
Right, but we just don't have that now. It's
no,
just
and I understand that, but I'm looking at a visual and I'm going based on an assumption at this point, regardless of what that finite number is, that house is clearly a taller house, just clearly a taller house. So even if we had that information in front of us, and let's just assume that we do, if we can pick the points then, because I think we can make an argument for the height, but if we can hone in on some of these other features, I know Chris talked about fenestration and rhythm. What else is there in your opinion, or anyone else on the commission? What else is there on this?
It's roof forms, the simplicity of the roof forms. Yeah. I think typically that's, especially when we're raising the ridge height so high. And really when we look at the original house versus what's proposed, one of the things that we talk about in additions is that it's not supposed to overpower the original house. And so again, yeah, we're looking contextually at the ridge height, and maybe we shouldn't spend so much time on that, because that's one of, we take a holistic approach, as you know, Angie. So it's one of a number of boxes that need to be checked. When we look at the original house, and then we look at the addition, and then we look at our standards that say additions shouldn't overpower the original house, I am hard pressed to say that this does not. And we look at keeping the roof form simple, which in my opinion, this does not. So those are the challenges. And without seeing other ideas, other additions, other options that you've considered, it's hard to say yes to this.
Okay, well then, if I may, can we pick this apart? Because if we could, like the front window in the gable near the chimney, because I need to have some type of direction if we're gonna go.
That's fair.
Right, so just looking at the window, brick to brick or brick to siding. Obviously, there's a concern about the the detail of the transition. Okay, that's fair. That was kind of in the staff analysis. You know, the other thing that I don't see in the staff analysis, I know it's up to the commission, but there really isn't anything addressed about the massing. And there really wasn't anything addressed about the overall.
Right, well, that's why we're here.
No, and I understand that, but
Yeah,
we
staff
also
puts out
have
kind
staff
of a-
guidance to, you know, to say, hey, listen, I think you're going down the wrong direction. You know, I'm just trying to get an understanding of it, you know, so if we could pick it apart, yeah, the window trim detail, get it, got it.
Angie, can we pause for just a moment? Our attorney wants to have a word.
Madam Chair, if I may, just a quick reminder to ensure that the rules of decorum are being followed and ensuring that only one person at a time is speaking so that the court reporter can properly record what is occurring at the meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. Just, yes, as a reminder, Angie, and if you could wait until the commissioners finish, and commissioners, let's give the applicants an opportunity to complete their thoughts so that we can respond accordingly.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Angie.
Okay, so, you know, just kind of following kind of the review and analysis of this, you know, like, again, if we could pick it apart so that I can better represent my client to get through the process. And it's not my first rodeo. You guys know me. I'm feel like I'm pretty detailed with all the component pieces. So I just want to make sure I understand, right? So if we could pick it apart, and I do know that there are other projects that have, you know, increased their ridge heights, and whether they've used surrounding homes or not. I think there's 2020, 2021, 2029. These are all on Charlotte Drive, if I'm not mistaken. So I just want to understand, because this truly, I mean, we've kind of gone through the process of review, and we had like this, I guess the to not go any taller than the house next door was kind of our benchmark, so that we wouldn't increase the height. It just hit me. I just didn't expect it.
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I know that there are other houses on the street that have increased their height. And some of the addresses are 2020, 2021, 2029. That these are all on Charlotte Drive that have increased their ridge heights. I'm not sure by how much, but you know, so to know that in this conversation now that, oh, that extra 1'6" is a no, we wouldn't have gone down this path had we, you know, gotten that sooner, basically, is what I'm getting at. And so I just want to pick it apart. Is it the 3'4" that we need to go down? Is it the windows? Is it the rhythm? Like,
I think it's been stated that it's all of the above. We can pick it apart. Let's do that. Versus us, you know, everybody wants to make their point. I think we've received the point that, you know, you need the height, you want the height, but we are beholden to the standards, the contextual constraints of what's around this property, and we just don't have all of the information present. So I don't know that we can have the height conversation in good faith, because some information is missing from the other side of the street. So we can go to the other parts of the application, or this application that the commission is challenged with. And I think Commissioner Parati just brought up the massing. I have to agree. I do feel like the addition is overwhelming to the existing structure, and that is a standard. And so that's my opinion. Commissioner Parati mentioned that as well. Fenestration was mentioned by Commissioner Barth. I think there are a number of things that have been mentioned apart from just the ridge height.
So if I may, part of Chris's argument or part of Chris's comments was the fenestration sizes, and that changes massing and scale. And if that is part of something that could be worked out with staff, as he said, I think it does change some of the overall massing of it. I don't think it's, it has to do with just height. But if we can, if we can pick it apart, that would be extremely helpful. Like if we can just concentrate on the front and then the back, that, I would appreciate that very much.
All right, let's do that.
Okay.
Starting with, I don't think was there any feedback about the front of the front elevation?
It's the raising of the ridge. We need documentation for that.
So we need documentation for the raising of the ridge. So let's move to, in my opinion, the next matter, which is fenestration.
Do massing first.
Oh, massing, I'm sorry, let's do massing.
Because it's a bigger. Presentation wise, when I look at the existing amount of brick that's on the existing structure, and then I look at the amount of siding that's being proposed, the amount of siding is more, there's more siding on this house than there was of the original brick. That's how I kind of start when I look at my massing. I say, okay, if this is 50% and I'm adding another 50% or 100% and I'm adding another 100%, usually it's like, okay, well, you're adding 50% square footage or you're adding, but visually, when I look at the sides of the house, it appears like we're doubling the size of the house.
Okay, can I
And I think that speaks to 6.20 additions number 2 as well.
And if I may comment, are you taking into consideration the jalousie windows and the porch that's coming off as well as what's coming back?
I'm actually looking at the right side right now.
Okay.
I will go to
If you go to the left, where the jalousie windows are and that porch is there.
So it might not be 100%, but it's still visually.
So you could see the dotted lines of what we're adding.
Doesn't exist. If I just follow the outline of your line for the addition.
And what about, but the roof? I mean, you've got to consider the roof as part of the original massing. And so the percentage of what we're adding visually is.
Visually, no. I mean, yes, but no. That roof is hipped, and so it's moving away from you on all sides, which makes it appear to be substantially smaller than the actual vertical walls that you're introducing with the new roof lines. I'm trying to perception. It's, the perception. I understand, what your drawings are doing and things are coming and going, but when you go from a roof that's angling pretty sharply away from you to a vertical facade, that creates a different perspective in terms of mass. So yes, there is a mass there, but you don't perceive it the way that you would with a vertical plane. Does that make sense, Angie?
It does, but I know that there's movement. I know that it's not two-dimensional. I know that there's, geometry to this, that, to me, it's clear, it's smaller, it's condensed. It's not you know, it's 6 feet less width than the original house. You know, so, you know, some of these additions that we've done are, you know, stacked stud wall, or the, you know, we're only coming in 4 inches, whereas this is not. And so like that first gable that you see with the siding, that sits back 3 feet from that outside brick thermal wall. So I see the massing and the scale differently. You know, you see everything, you know, as one plane, where it's not, and the rear elevation is a telltale of that.
I think where the disconnect here is, Angie, one, I think we need a little bit more additional information, and two, you know, we're charged with looking at each project individually, and you know, I might gear your direction towards 1701 the Plaza, where we approved a height increase. And the difference there is you know, it's a 1-story house where there was a half-story addition. And, you know, the amount of roof, the eave line was maintained, but that half-story was far less massive than what we're seeing here. And not to say that those instances haven't been improved in the past, but like I said, every house is different. I think just in the project as a whole, you know, it might plead your case better to, you know, one, having more information from across the street in your surrounding context, two, you know, provide some examples that better express massing wise how this addition feels, because at least on paper and what we're able to review here, it seems to overwhelm the existing structure from our standpoint.
Okay, and Travis just brought up 2029 Charlotte Drive, and I don't know where that one sits in approval. That's just down the street from this one.
I did some research while everyone was talking. 2020 Charlotte Drive has had no height increase. 2021 Charlotte Drive is a circa 2003, 2004 edition. 2029 Charlotte Drive is a circa 2003 edition, and 2010 Charlotte Drive predates 2003. I would need to go to our hard copy files to find that. So these are all about 20 years old under, you know,
different
many different standards ago, when it was a little bit more freewheeling time in Dilworth with additions.
Okay.
Well,
thank you for that research.
Angie, you know, I know you do a lot of these and you are successful with them. I'm just thinking that the presentation of this flat elevation, and I know you don't do perspectives, but it may benefit everyone if you could bring back the information about the ridge height and that sort of thing, but also just some shadow lines. I mean, I think that it would be helpful for the other commissioners to see where the offsets are. And if you, instead of just having one vertical line or one horizontal line, like even just the way that it's presented, it's hard to see where the roof line, where the roof is. You know, we can see the brick and we can see the siding, but the roofs kind of like go away. Just a little bit more detail on some of those things might actually help them perceive the depth perception of it a little bit. I'm just throwing that out there as a presentation element. So I'm just a suggestion.
Okay. And I didn't mean to derail, but if we can go back to like that window next to the chimney and the side gables, like a direction on how this commission feels about some of that. I understand about the massing. I understand about the roof. If we could just, and I understand about the height, we just have to have clarity that it is no taller than any historic home, original historic home within a 360. So I get that. But if we can talk about just a few more specifics, I know time is of the essence, but if we can just hit on it. We waited a long time for this one. So.
What was the question, Angie?
About the
What slide
window
you want us to look
condition.
at?
on either side of the gable.
Okay.
And you guys were going through your bullet points, but fenestration, massing, scale.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger?
Hey, Angie, I think for me, I would specifically talking about those windows in the gable, I think it's just seeing that detail a little more clearly, how that's going to look, how that's going to come together, the brick and the vinyl. I mean, the brick and the siding.
Right, but we're asking if we could use brick. That was the option. Like if we could use some of the original brick and just be done and use brick. Does that change something for y'all?
I don't think I have an issue with you. If it's successful, I don't know if that's something we can put in to run by our brick expert on staff. But you're reusing brick that you're removing, correct?
Correct. But we have to use it in two places, the gable and the chimney.
I don't see an issue with that.
Okay.
Anybody? Yeah, I don't see an issue with it either. Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, I know sometimes we ask you to look at using a casement window because it'll allow you to get egress without making the window too big. Would you be willing to explore that while you're doing your other research?
Yeah, so just so you can explain, we're talking about a casement that looks like a double hung, but it is a casement window to meet the egress.
Correct. Just to see if that helps with the proportion of the window in the gable end.
Yes.
Okay.
I was gonna mention that comment earlier, and the only reason why I'm adding on to your comment, Commissioner Wojcik, is because I don't know how comfortable I feel with the elimination of the architectural features so close to the front of the house and in a key part of the house. So Angie, I don't know that I'm not okay with the the larger window and the brick and all that stuff going in the two gables. But I would appreciate some exploration of, what are some alternatives to getting egress into that bedroom before we, go ahead and just, approve that willy-nilly.
Right. Well, I know that the existing window is only like 1'8" by, let's see, 1'8" by 3'2" that I can't get, no matter what, I couldn't get that.
Yeah. And I mean, we can go wider. We can, I think there are other options here, and that's up to you to explore.
Yeah.
And-
But keeping center points and symmetries and all, we'll figure that out. But if I can do brick to brick versus brick to siding, that would be a choice. So.
And I'd add, Angie, 4.14, number 6, avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings on primary elevations. Again, to Commissioner Barth's point, it's so close to the front of the house that I think that would be a challenge for me as one commissioner.
As changing the window, period?
Definitely making it as large as it is now, yes.
Okay.
Were those all of the points that we wanted to have discourse with Angie on about this application? Okay. Well, let's close for deliberation. All right. I feel like we have kind of crafted what we need or called out what we need. And so maybe we can summarize or recap those points, and then someone can lead us to a decision with the motion. But I think the first thing is we want to receive additional information around the context for that street regarding the heights. But I know Christy did some research, but I know we want to receive that information as a commission. Also, Commissioner, well, going back to the massing, a few of us are struggling with the addition being a bit overwhelming for the existing structure, so restudying that would be, it sounds like, the desire.
Chairperson Hawkins, I think context, as we're going through chapter 6, context is a big one that we've talked about. Contextually, right now, it doesn't fit 6.2. And I would say, looking at the examples of additions on 6.3 and 6.4 might be helpful. Then we skip to massing and complexity of form. Relate massing to those of existing adjacent historic houses. Use forms for new construction that relate to the forms of the majority of surrounding buildings. Roof forms such as hipped and gable roofs help to break down the mass as do the complexity of form, architectural details, and materials. Then we skip to height and width. There are challenges there, particularly as it pertains to the context of the 360. That is 6.9, number 2, 6.9, number 1, 6.9, and then that's it.
Can you repeat that?
Sure, Angie, it's 6.9, number.
A reminder, we're closed.
6.9, numbers 1 and 2. And then I would also reference the preamble. Scale is also, I think, scale is a big one. Roof form and materials, 6.13. Let's see here. There's one about, well, definitely the preamble. Proportionally, the new roof should not overwhelm the structure or be out of scale for the style of house. That's number 4. And so we've also mentioned doors and, we've mentioned windows. 6.15. And I think that's his, keeping it high level, that's his, I would stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Parati. I think we have the supporting standards that we could get a motion going.
I would like to make a motion. I would like to continue this application and request a revisit to our standards, starting with context 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. 6.8 for massing and specifically to historic properties. 6.9, number 1 and 2, which includes height in the 360-degree area around the project property. Scale 6.10, roof form 6.13, number 4, and windows 6.15.
All right.
Seconded.
We have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Parati.
Actually, I would like to make a friendly amendment, if I may. 6.20 talks about additions. Attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street, number one. Limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building, number two. Attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. Number three, I think really we could just go on and on about 6.20. So my friendly amendment would be to also include those.
I accept.
All right. Any discussion on the motion?
I would also like to state or add a friendly amendment, one for foundation to add on foundation 6.12, requesting that the applicant explore the option of flush brick to framing, and would like to mention that we take a holistic approach as far as height, massing, and all these historic architectural elements that are being modified and changed with each application, and request that the applicant look at that in their further restudy.
I accept.
As do I.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 9-0. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. A little bit of workarounds here. Commissioner Taylor is returning. Commissioner Barth is recusing. Commissioner Bell is leaving the meeting, and Commissioner Parati is stepping out for this next case. But we'll be back. I think we still have quorum, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good, okay. The next application is 416 Hermitage Court. Let's see here, come on up. And y'all have been here a while. You've been sworn in? Great. And then if you would, remember to speak clearly into the microphone, and you just press the button once to turn it green, to turn it on. The next application is number 10, 416 Hermitage Court. And the proposal is the reconfiguration and expansion of an existing non-historic rear addition, and some changes also to an addition on the main house. So there's a little bit of complexity to these additions. It's a many-part project. You can see on slide 7, the site plan shows the changes and the expansion of this existing addition here. And then on slides like 13 and 14 show existing conditions and proposed conditions. There are also photos of existing conditions throughout the presentation, and the new plans start on slide 20 and 21. So with that, I will turn the application over to the applicants. I'll just start right on slide 7 with the site plan, floor plan. If you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please. If you are the architect, you can use your work address.
Piper Warner, 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222, Charlotte.
My name is Matt Benson, 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222.
Great. Feel free to proceed. And if you can help me with slide numbers, but I'll go wherever you need me to.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon. As a longtime Landmarks Commissioner, I want to say thank you to the work, to all y'all for the work that you do. It's not always easy. It's a difficult process with a lot of opinions and a lot of rules. So I understand y'all's plight and thank you for doing the work that you do. This is a bungalow at 416 Hermitage that has undergone several renovations throughout its lifetime and additions. And our client came to us and asked if to fix a few things, a few maintenance issues, to update it to a degree, as well as make a better connection to the unique addition on the backside of the house and make it feel more like one house, essentially, was the fundamental charge. As you are probably aware that there's a very unusual, a large scale, disproportionately sized structure on the back of the house that was added possibly in the 80s and likely would not pass through the commission in this day and age. So we tried to do two things. And one is to take the original structure, the original bungalow, and reinstate some of the historical character with that. That's mainly done through the use of the windows and the fenestration of the house, as well as the front porch. The front porch has it has a newer addition to it, which is the dry stack stone, which was a product that was used extensively in the late 80s, early 90s, where you had cultivated stone or fake stone put on a house without any mortar. And just the size of the stone is very sort of atypical for a bungalow. So one of our goals was to remove that. So we are addressing some elements at the front of the house. That would be the removal of the stone. And there's also stone steps, and we're going to take those out and replace those back to a brick that matches the size and shape of the original structure and the original foundation. One other aspect, which we are also doing on the front of the house, is the dormers on the upstairs addition, and that front dormer, which has a 1/1 or 3 sets of 1/1 double hungs. And our proposal is to take out those double hungs and replace those with a window that is more in keeping with the original windows on the first floor, and those would be the casements on the sunroom. As you can see, other windows on that second floor addition of the structure are either tall double hungs or linear windows. So we are replacing those with a more craftsman style window, something that would be better fitting and historically respectable, I guess. Additionally, on the existing structure, when they did the addition of the larger single sloped sort of modern structure on the back, they pulled some of those hipped dormers. They're almost like a reverse dormer, where they have windows that break through the eave line. And one of those can be seen on that right side elevation, just past the double hung windows before you get to the triple set of windows, right? So that is actually a window that breaks through the eave and slopes back down towards the roof plane, which has led to waterproofing issues, but it's also very unusual in terms of that original part of the house. So our goal is to remove that and replace it with a more similar window. The other thing that we are doing is a dormer addition on the backside of the house. And you can see that up top is the existing structure where there is a dormer that breaks above the existing roof plane that has an interior space allotted with that currently. And it is a dormer that is asymmetrical. And what we are doing there is, if you look at our rear elevation, we are basically enlarging that dormer, but yet it's still retaining some of the I guess the roof slope that it currently has. So our main goal for really not raising that and making it a symmetrical roof dormer is it's existing on that right-hand side. We're just extending the slope up, and we were careful to keep that dormer below the ridge line so it wouldn't be visible from the front of the house. And there's that octagonal window is an existing window as well, and we were just putting another window on the back side to allow some light into the bathroom. That was one of the things that y'all had asked about, but specifically we wanted to stay within what was existing and keep it so that it did not peak up or extend up above the original roof of the house. And then on the back side, so we have a connector between the two, and here on the left-hand side, you can sort of see the outline and the roof slope of the original structure, and then the connector that's currently there, which we are expanding. That has a unique roof situation where these hip dormers on the upper slide show the existing windows. We're taking our windows down so that they're not creating such an unusual condition, and also resulting in the gaps between those two sloping roof planes, and the addition to the left was creating water issues, tree debris, and sort of a maintenance nightmare in that corner. So we're resolving that by coming back in with a low slope 3 and 12 roof and then pulling our windows down underneath. We chose to draw the new windows on that, what I'm calling the connector piece, as single pane lights, so just so that they would not trying to portray a false sense of history, that make sure that it didn't look like it was something part of the original structure. So we just sort of, instead of trying to copy that, we're just saying it was always different, and we're just trying to bring it in a little more in keeping with some of the existing language without copying the same windows there. The existing, other than the other thing of note is on the asymmetrical structure on the back, we are replacing the windows on the face of that with, which are currently square windows, and we are replacing those with a vertical oriented window that will stay out of the roof condition and allow for that 3 and 12 roof to die cleanly into that structure. Am I missing anything, Piper?
I think that's it. Yeah. The rear is really just getting new windows to bring that room, so that room actually has a connection with the backyard. Other than that, I don't see anything.
So
We've covered all the points.
So we'll leave it at that and open up for any questions.
Great. There were information was included in the agenda supplement that Piper sent in. The first page is comments on the staff analysis. I couldn't include the revised elevation. We can't accept revised elevations, but I did pull out the new column beam detail that you included and put that in there too. So I just want to draw the commission's attention to that. And then we also have a window sample. We took pictures, there are pictures here, and the sample is.
Got the sample over here?
Where? Okay. Sure.
And if
And
y'all
we-
have any concern about the window sample, we can move to an approved Windows supplier if you would prefer.
We asked for samples just on new windows. We know that windows change all the time. New manufacturers come to light. So that's the purpose of having the physical sample so the commission can review it. This is a low-end window. The commission hasn't approved this before. I, you know. And this will be applicant's exhibit number 1. We don't have any callers. Oh, wait, we do. We have one unknown caller. Let's see if they're still with us. Hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, can you please let me know which address you have called in for? Okay. Over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Thank you for the application. I just wanted to clarify, are most of the changes that you're making, apart from the front, like porch area, are most of the changes to an addition or non-historic parts of this home?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. We're not changing the footprint of the existing structure. It's really just fenestration, except for the dormer off the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In the shaded, in slide number 7, the shaded areas. There's a pocket that we're gaining square footage there.
On a
The
non-historical,
non-historic.
on that connector.
Oh, okay.
Connector.
Okay.
And then we're coming out with, where there's a porch, we're coming out just a little bit.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, on slide 20, I'm having a little bit of a mental challenge trying to understand that top left. Could you explain that to me?
On number 3?
Yeah.
So that's a section through this new area where we just talked about, this new connector, where we've simplified the roof. And the existing windows, they're like 2/2 on the non-conforming addition in the back. And we've simplified that by going to one taller one. And so that allowed us to do 2 things. That allowed us to make the roof go and meet the actual building. So we don't have any maintenance issues.
So those
So simplified that.
those rectangles are not windows.
They are windows.
They are
Where are
windows.
they on the exterior part of the house?
So there is, the original house is one mass, and then there's like a big single slope, almost 2-story structure on the back of it. And that is actually facing, that elevation of those rectangular windows faces Hermitage Court. So that's street facing.
Oh. So is there any other diagram that shows that so I can get a better sense of where it exists? Because I'm still
I
struggling.
don't know that.
What's existing?
Right.
Okay, thanks. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
No problem with
You
that.
are not alone.
Okay.
I was struggling when I was looking at it too, and then it connected once they started talking through it.
Slide 9, where we have a picture.
Yeah, so see this door right here? And I'm going to show it to you actually on slide 7 because I feel like it might be easier to understand. That's this door right here. And those windows are like windows here. Yeah, okay.
Great.
So we're not changing that structure at all, but currently there are, instead of that single rectangular, there's windows that are stacked on top of each other that are old, that have they're failing essentially. The solar, the film on the windows is peeling. So we changed them from the square windows
Right here.
so that our roof could die into that structure evenly.
And my apologies, I did not grab this as a comparison. I missed that one when I made slides 22, 23, 24, and 25, and 26. So,
You kind of have
sorry.
to see it to believe it.
So, yes,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it's slide 15.
Okay.
And there's an existing picture of it.
Okay, let's see here. There you go.
So instead of this double stack, we're making it one. And then currently, this roof is actually held off of this building, so now we're connecting those buildings, so we don't have
This is some
tiny
house.
space.
All right. Commissioner Wojcik?
And I apologize if you mentioned this. I heard that you would be taking the old cultured stone off the front of the house, but what is going to be there when you take the stone off?
We don't know for sure.
Okay.
I assume that, just with the dimension of those columns, that there's probably a 6x6 or something underneath there, like there's a structural column, and that stone is not structural. If you look at the photographs that we provided of the earlier house, it's not necessarily an original photograph of the house, but it shows no column between, let's say, the carport column and the sun porch. There's now a stone column there. And so we plan on taking that off.
Slide 8.
We plan on taking the stone out, and we just don't know what's underneath there. So the beam itself, right, that's a brick column. And so you can see there's not a column between the two, but just a pier. There is currently a column underneath there. We don't know what's underneath there.
So is the intent, sorry, goodness gracious, is the intent to get it back to the original state, or?
That would be ideal if we can do that, but what I think that there is some sagging in the beam that goes from the sun porch to the brick column that probably needs some structural assistance, and that might be likely why they put that column there. So what we've shown is keeping a column in that current place where the stone is, but replacing that, replacing the stone with a white painted papered wood column. And just one other fine point that I would like to mention, and this is in regards to one of the commission's comments about the adding of gutters not affecting the eave line. If you look at this structure or this fascia board, which is essentially that white band that you see running just below the roof material edge, that's a 1x6 board, and what we would like to do is remove that 1x6 board, which we believe is non-original, and replace that with a 1x4 board so that it's more in keeping with the shingle style detail, the bungalow detail, which can be found on the adjacent houses, all across, maybe 2 houses up and 2 or 3 houses down as well on the street, where they all have exposed rafter tails and a smaller fascia.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
That's what we would like to replace that 1x6 with a smaller board so that you have the same rhythm and the same exposed rafter tails as in previous or adjacent structures.
Are the rafter tails exposed currently?
They are.
Okay, just the bigger fascia board, okay. And that's documented in these drawings?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so, yes. So, A2, which would be, I think, slide 20
Mhm.
and 21.
It's easier to see on when you have a gable than on the hips. The hips are harder to
That's right.
tell.
All right, other questions for the applicant? And are there any trees impacted? No
There are
trees.
trees on the site.
Okay,
Yes, I referenced, there is a existing large pecan tree that does overhang the property, but the tree is well on the neighbor to the
Okay.
left's property. We'll protect it during construction, but it is not her tree.
okay. All right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, hey, y'all did a great job. This is impressive. I'm familiar with the house and what a challenge that you had to begin with. I just wanted to clarify the staff comments on the mullion trim, on the replacement casement windows and replacing that original, going back to the original width between that triple casement on the front elevation.
Right.
And just if you could just speak to the options that you have there, that you said you were open to going back to.
The main, well, if the commission feels strongly about the kind of width.
Oh, sorry. Where would you like me to go? I thought you wanted to go back to the staff memo just to see what the recommendation.
It actually was, it's on the supplement.
Oh, okay.
It's where she has the existing and the.
Okay.
Front elevation.
Yeah, the front elevation, which is,
So originally, there's a large mullion between the three double hungs that were done at some point.
Right.
And in the original, there is a large mullion than what we have drawn.
I think it's 20.
So here-
20?
That's perfect.
There it is. You're good. You're good.
So we have something drawn much smaller, which we were thinking of it more as like a sleeping porch. So you would have just this wall of windows. But if the commission feels strongly, these windows can come down in width size, and we can get that mullion back.
And you would still meet egress. You would still meet your
Yes,
egress.
we would still meet
So it was
egress.
more just what you desired on the inside for the
Correct.
function.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just as one commissioner, I don't think it needs that. I think it's much better without that. It's more replicates what's going on the first floor. So,
Our goal there really was, in terms of determining the size of those windows, was also to match the proportion of the windows on that first lower sunroom, which
yeah,
are
yeah.
original and very, those are casements. They're beautiful old windows.
Yeah. I think it does a good job doing that.
And thank you also for a very thorough presentation.
Okay.
You have all the details and everything very clearly outlined. Now I have one more question. Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
So I see the column details on the elevation that I was asking you about earlier, but now that you've shown me that picture of what the house looked like at one point, is there a reason why you wouldn't go back with something that looks more like what was there? So there was half columns.
Would
I
it
don't
be
know.
on slide 15?
Well, I'm on slide 22, but
Oh,
I want
okay.
to see the picture of,
The one with the picture of the
Yeah, with the
different
brick.
conditions, yes. Okay.
it's 8 and then in the bottom middle.
Okay.
Yeah, that one, or,
Two reasons. One is, the main reason was that the client would like to use that as a carport.
Okay.
Currently with the stone, there's not the width really to pull the car in between those columns. So by going with a wood column, we felt that there's less clearance needed than with a brick masonry column. So that gives a little bit more flexibility for her to pull a car in there, a little more room for her to do that.
Is there any concern that it will be too, narrow
That's what,
aesthetically?
that's what he just said, that it's not, there's not as much room. Actually,
She can, but I think just with the dormers, I mean,
Yeah,
not the
just
dormers,
barely.
the
It's.
mirrors.
I think it's 8 foot. So, and getting the door open and closed and making sure it's, yeah.
that would be my only request, is to just try to go back to something that was there previous versus, I don't want, I mean, I totally agree with taking out the stone, but that just looks so much more appropriate than just having these little
Yeah.
wood sticks sitting there. Especially since we know that there's a half,
Would that, like if they felt.
no,
It would probably be a little more in keeping than like 412 Hermitage.
Can't hardly
know what you're struggling with. It's when we undo something that
yeah.
was not compliant, you want to get back to restoring the original historic character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which one which one were you saying?
This one.
Well, it'd be like a wooden column that would feel somewhat like this in 412.
But
Yeah.
aren't those probably sitting on masonry bases?
I can check.
Yeah.
I
I
can
just,
check.
I mean, that half base or that masonry base is just more consistent with that style of house, that's all.
Yeah.
And the idea of, even when you take this fake stone off, I'm just wondering if you would be gaining, a few inches. I don't remember. I mean, cultured stone can be 1.5 inches or it can be 3 inches, but I was just thinking maybe we could rescue kind of what's underneath there versus taking out what's there as a substrate and just repairing it. And obviously I understand that if you need something from a structural standpoint, but I would just hate to take out all that masonry. It's
Sure.
already there.
I think the hard thing too is because it has the big addition on top too, that's not original. And so
Oh,
you're just
mhm.
losing even more original pieces.
And half the porch has been enclosed and half of this and half of
Exactly,
that.
exactly. So many changes. Yeah.
I just think maybe I would like to have that be something that we could ask to be explored since we don't really know what's there.
Sure. And is that something that once it's opened up and we understand what's there, contact the staff? Okay.
Mhm.
Happy to.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Lineberger, you are taking a lot of notes and had some good conversation. So why don't you kick us off in this discussion?
Well, I think I already communicated my just appreciation for the challenge of the project to begin with and how thorough it is. I think that I don't have many concerns at all. I mean, I almost think the only thing that we would continue this for or approve with conditions is just that column
Mm-hmm.
porte-cochere detail.
I agree. And since they brought a sample of the window, we can have them work with staff on that?
Can I ask what, oh, we're closed.
You want?
No, I don't.
We can reopen. Okay. Okay. Commissioners, anything different that you would like to discuss about this application? Okay. Do we have a motion then? We'll help you out with standards.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve this application as it meets the standards for additions, 6.20 to 6.24. And that additional details like the column and porte-cochere brick detail would be approved by staff, as well as the window and fenestration final window detail would also be approved by staff. Is there anything else?
Mm-mm. Okay. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We'll welcome Commissioner Barth back. And yes, Commissioner Parati is still absent for this next one. The next application is 1920 Woodcrest Avenue. I believe our applicants are joining us online. Hi, Brianna.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, we'll start with that.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this next application is for 3 different projects. Painted brick, front porch changes, and a new concrete driveway in the front yard ending at the front porch. And as a reminder to the commission for after the fact projects, you are to review all aspects of the project as if the work has not been done. Staff does have some comments about the proposal on the staff analysis. And the applicant has provided information, and staff also added some before and after photos from Google Street View. So you can see what the original columns looked like and the house. I will say, This used to be a duplex. The commission approved the connector of the front porch, gosh, 20, 2015 maybe. And there is a sister house to this that has actually wood siding on Wilmore Drive. So it's, the same design. It was also a duplex that was changed to single family. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brianna. And Brianna, is Tim with you?
Hello.
Hi, Tim. If you would both state your name and spell your last names and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, ma'am. Brianna Putko, spelled Putko, in 1920 Woodcrest Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
And Tim Putko, Putko, 1920 Woodcrest Avenue, 28203 in Wilmore.
Okay. Brianna, I have you on slide 5, which is your locator map showing where you're at in terms of the Wilmore district. I'll scroll through the slides for you. You just let me know where you'd like me to go, and you can just say next slide or next.
Yep. Well, first, just to start off with a thank you and an apology. Apologies first that we can't be in person. Whatever's been going around, it's been kicking our butt the last couple of days, and we wouldn't wish that on anybody and didn't want to expose a room of y'all to it. So, apologies for that, and then just thank you for you guys staying late past 5 o'clock to hear this out, and staying away from the families and the dinner and all those things that go with that. So,
Okay, hold on, Tim. Thank you. The court reporter has said to ask you to maybe slow down just a little bit and talk a little louder.
sounds like my boss at work.
I completely understand about what's going around. I am getting over it myself. I think a lot of the people in this room had it over break, and we are very much in sympathy with all of you and what you're dealing with right now. But yes, if you could just talk a little slower, and we'll keep going.
I will do my best. My boss says it all the time, and same with the pastor that married us. So, first and foremost, it's apologies that we're even on the docket, and here today. This is something that we had no idea, that we even did anything wrong, and when we purchased it, didn't know that it was in a historic neighborhood or of any historic nature, which is a little, frustrating for us, when we saw those things and when we were purchasing it. We kind of made mention to our realtor of what we wanted to do to kind of bring it up to speed and, to make sure that it was, up to code and all the right things. And, it was never really, brought to our attention. And apparently we found out after the fact that I guess that's not something that needs to be disclosed. That being said, we're adults and we have to do our own due diligence, and, we take ownership of that, albeit after the fact. And, just kind of how we landed in the situation that we are today is, as you already kind of alluded to, is just some of the unique nature of the home, with it formerly being a single family and then a duplex and then converted back to a single family. When we first, purchased it and moved into it, as you could see by, just some of the, the pictures, but, more so there was just a variety of different, types of brick and different color brick, which led to a lot of different colors, on the brick. The mortar was really discolored and needed a lot of fixing and patchwork. The front porch columns were completely dry rotted out, and we just needed to get in there and kind of bring it up to speed. Granted, back to the original point, we honestly had no clue that what we were doing was against code or against the historic nature of where we were. And we kind of shame on us, but just kind of trusted the eyeball test of I think just that recent driving around the neighborhood, seeing just on our street and the adjacent street that joins, that there's, I think, close to 20, painted brick homes, on our street, so I had really no idea that this would, jump off the page or, be a point of contention. And, Bree and I were, joking, as we've been, on for a majority of the call today, just thinking about how, 4 years ago, we were, hopeful to win the Wilmore Yard of the Month. And now here we are, before you guys, and, hat in hand, and very apologetic for, the misfires that we've made along the way. But, just hoping to kind of, bring this thing to a head and, come get some semblance of a resolution, or, what we can do, to appease the situation and, make sure that we're not, without of the bounds of, what you guys would like to see, and, staying within the historical nature and also within the neighborhood bounds and, the context and the congruency of that. So, we're kind of, before you, that's kind of, where we were, how we got in this situation, what's transpired since, and, what we kind of hope to achieve, through this, this meeting today.
Okay, is there anything else you want to share about the presentation that Brianna put together? You did a great job, Brianna.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, if you want to go through some of the slides, we can certainly highlight. So this was a before picture to kind of be able to see, where some of the discoloration is. And again, these are photos that really came off of Zillow when we purchased the home. We weren't anticipating to, have to be able to show as much documentation. So as you can see, these are, very old photos and photos that we kind of scraped around, to be able to put together. But as you continue to scroll through, you can kind of see, where there was some of the issues that we ultimately ended up, choosing to move forward and paint the house. And, ultimately our goal with painting the house was certainly to keep in balance with, what the curb appeal of the entire neighborhood was, given the street, does have 19, painted brick houses between the street that we're on and then the street that's behind us. So we didn't feel like we were necessarily stepping outside of the bounds, but again, it was certainly on us to, not make sure that we understood that we were in a historic district, as we did not, find that out until the project was nearly complete.
One thing of note on slide 8, because I know the driveway is, one of the 3 things is you can kind of see it's unique. We have a shared driveway with our neighbor who I believe Scott has been before you guys before. And he kind of had a concrete driveway, but it created a very weird runoff situation where there was just a substantial amount of water pooling, and it would kind of flow over into us and was creating a lot of problems for us underneath, like that, the wood beam and the brick up against that house. So, knowing that he was looking to do that, that's kind of something that we did together, to get that a little bit more in conjunction. And, I know he's done that. And like I said, I was, talking with him recently, and I believe he presented to you guys a couple of months ago. And, that's still some action items that are going on for him to kind of get that up to speed from where he brought that, I believe, into the front yard a little bit. But that was why we did that. And we kind of did that together just to stop the pooling. And, I know he had some fractures and some cracks and some different things with his that, he wanted to also bring it up and modernize it a little bit just because of how bad that pooling was.
And then I think if you continue to scroll forward, you'll see some pictures of the other houses that we took snapshots of in the neighborhood that are painted specifically white brick, but there's several that are painted, other colors. And again, we understand that still needed to go through the proper channels, but understanding that we are kind of an after the fact position, we wanted to at least, show some other houses on our neighborhood that fit that look.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else you wish to share, Brianna and Tim?
No, ma'am, other than learning that after the last 5 or 6 presentations that our PowerPoint skills are lacking, that pretty much covers it.
Oh, you guys did a great job. We don't have any callers, and I can't really, I think I put it in the staff memo, but I wasn't able to research, if the commission approved or didn't approve some of the painting without addresses. So I'm sorry for that.
No
We
need
have
to
a list of
apologize.
addresses that we can read to you if that would help.
I don't know that I have time I can research on the fly like that, but
No, understood. They are in the map, but
okay.
certainly understood.
All right. So I appreciate Brianna and Tim, you starting with not being aware that this home was in a historic district. However, it is, and we have to hold properties within historic districts to the same standards. And so we will do that here today, but we are glad that you are here to work with staff and us to see what conclusion we can reach.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Sorry, I have so many questions. So thank you for those pictures of the brick, damaged brick and mortar areas and cracks and things. That is very helpful for us to see. I think my main question is did you actually go in and repair those things? It looks like in some of the pictures, the where it is white, there's still cracks and mortar missing and things like that. So was the goal to cover it up, or was it to repair it, I guess, is maybe, I don't know if that's the right question, but
Well, I think I know what you're asking. I would say it's a bit of both. You know, we kind of follow the contractor's guidance on, you know, definitely fixing the areas where we're, you know, most pressing needs, where we ran the risk of, you know, water damage or anything kind of permeating through and, you know, creating any problems with that. You know, admittedly, like the contracting work probably wasn't the best in the world, and we weren't really thrilled with the end result. But, you know, I think it was twofold. You know, one, to kind of, you know, just change the optics and the appearance of, you know, how bad it looked with the discoloration, the variety of different bricks used. And then, you know, main part of it too was also to kind of the areas where we thought that there might be future problems, to patch those up and, you know, bring that a little bit, you know, more in line with, you know, not having any future problems that are going to create us having to write additional checks.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you guys for the presentation. And to quote Commissioner Parati, thank you for notifying us of our other violations in the neighborhood. Christy, painting brick is very rare. Very rare for us to allow. I know in some minor cases we do allow that to unify some sort of, you know, bad workmanship or failing, and what am I trying to say?
Desperate parts.
Desperate parts, thank you.
Yeah. The
Words.
threshold's really high to meet for documentation. We've had
Okay.
people in the past use painter's tape to show and put all over. I mean, the one I can remember us approving was probably 4 or 5 years ago. I think it was on Ewing. It was Addition, and he put painter's tape showing how badly the new mortar was done on this addition, and like the whole 3 sides of this building was just this maze of blue painter's tape. And so that's, you know, kind of what we've done in the past. But we do have, you know, if they want to try and give that higher level, you know, that's an option to let them, you know, try to kind of do that and take photos of all 4 sides of the house. And then the commission, I'll just remind you, you also have the brick worksheet to help you out too. You might want to consider taking these as 3 separate projects.
So I think, and I mean, for painted brick, they do have some documentation which we aren't used to getting, which I would like, you know, that's worth something. I think we have a lot of instances here where the mortar joints are just horrible. I know a lot of things can be repaired. We have bricks going vertical, bricks going horizontal. Things don't line up. You know, I think further documentation could help prove this case. You know, we have different brick styles. So anyway, I'm bringing this up now sort of as an open-ended comment on I think we need more information. And then if y'all could give me some ideas what happened with the front porch beams and columns. Were those replaced?
Yeah, so it's basically just the 4 wood pillars that you're looking at. The ones that were there previously were dry rotted out at the bottom. So we just kind of followed the guidance of, you know, what the I don't know much about construction, so, we just kind of followed the expertise and the guidance of, the contractors of what we needed to do with that and, put in something that was a little bit more structurally sound because they were eating away at the bottom towards where the brick column meets the wood column, I think is probably the best way of describing it right there. Was really eating away, and I'm not sure, I think in the inspection, there had been some, I don't know what type of damage or what it was, but it was becoming a problem, and we were kind of worried about, that not supporting the front porch aspect of it and keeping it up.
So it was basically what you had before were boxed.
Yeah, those, and at the bottom of those, they were kind of eating away.
Okay, and you basically replace the boxing, not necessarily, usually like there's a 4x4 or 6x6 post inside those box columns.
We replaced the 6x6 post underneath those as well, because that was eaten away as well. So structurally, it was structurally and aesthetically.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then there's the side, the driveway. Let's take a look at that. So it looks like it stops in the front yard.
Yes, ma'am. And upon reading the guidance, since we began this process, I believe we would need to either pull it back, and add 2 strips with, I believe I read 18 inches of clearance to the house, back towards the fence line, or, basically, we're here for your guidance. I mean, you tell us.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close. So definitely think that we can break these out into 3 different pieces. And we can use our paint for a paint worksheet for the paint portion, and then go to the front porch beams and columns and then driveway. I don't know if you guys want to have those individual conversations since we can break them apart. So I guess we can start with the paint.
Madam Chairwoman.
Oh, sorry.
If I may, really quickly, as you begin your deliberations and consider the different aspects of this project, just wanted to draw the commission's attention to standard 5.8 in the preamble, where it specifically talks about, while paint color is not regulated, the hue and placement of color can complement the architectural style of the building. Painting brick or masonry is not considered a change of color, but a fundamental change in the character of a building, and is typically not allowed. Painting may be considered if documentation shows it will unify disparate parts of the building, provided the disparate work is not of one's doing. And also, I would point you to standard number 9, which is a little long. I won't read all of it. 5.89 on that same page. I apologize. That basically explains that the color scheme needs to be appropriate to the time period in which a building was constructed. It is up to the commission to make a determination of how the exception to painted brick applies. Does that mean that if you allow someone to paint brick, would they have to bring that back to its original color? Or would you allow a different color? I would say that you also have to consider how in your other standards, when you're looking at preservation or restoration, generally they are talking about bringing structures to its original historic character. So that's something for the commission to consider as you look at the painted brick, the exceptions to not painting brick, and what does that mean as you move forward?
Okay, thank you, Attorney Hewitt. So commissioners, thoughts? Considering what the standards say, what our attorney has just advised, what are your thoughts about this painting for this particular property?
I think we need more proof that painting is justified in this instance. While they have provided some examples, we need a comprehensive analysis of these so-called disparate parts, that it is extensive enough that would justify unifying with painting.
Okay. I think that's fair. Does any one else have a different opinion? Commissioner Walker?
I think given what was just stated to us by the attorney, that we would also want to look at if in fact we do decide that this house did need to be painted, considering the condition of the brick, the appropriateness of the columns in their painting with regard to the house's history.
Okay. So there's a little bit of overlap between the main structure and the brick that's on the columns along the front porch. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Walker.
So when you're saying. Where is that? I don't see that in these old pictures. Everything looks pretty uniform.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious. I don't think we, in any case, would have even gotten close to approving this without going any further. So that's just my thought. Seems pretty cut and dried.
Yeah, and that's what this worksheet really is
Yeah.
helping guide us toward. Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, and I really feel like if they were very concerned about the structural element of the brick, they would have done more repair work to the brick itself. There's a lot of areas where it's just still cracked, but they still painted it just to kind of cover it up. So with my perspective, I feel like they just wanted to paint it, not, I mean, yes, there are areas that are inconsistent, but repair work wasn't really done from what I can see in the pictures. Maybe they weren't, maybe it was, but I don't.
I mean, we don't have a lot of information other than a few.
Yeah, some
photos.
pictures, yeah.
So should we work through this? No?
I have a question to staff. In the past, how have we defined disparate parts? What that the word. How have we defined that in brick masonry specifically? I mean, is it, the texture? Is it, what, how do you define that?
Everything. So it is brick color, using maybe a color that someone did an addition long ago. Like maybe they have a red brick building and they did an addition in yellow brick. It is brick size. Did they do an addition with like a brick that's different size? Did they do the addition really bad? Is the mortar, like the one that I distinctly remember, their mortar was like 1 inch to 2 inches in some places, which is just bad workmanship. And so it's like all of those things put together that it rises to, you cannot fix it any other way, right? You can't fix it through repointing. You can't fix it through cleaning, maybe staining. Like this is like a last ditch option for paint and brick. And usually the threshold for that is really high that the applicants have to provide, that it's not of their doing, and that this is really their last option is to paint.
So we have examples, photo evidence of horrible workmanship. We have hand-made brick. We have smooth brick. We have grooved brick.
We do.
We have brick that's not placed in the same pattern as the rest of the building.
What's missing, Chris, is these are so zoomed in.
Yeah.
We're like, we have no idea where this is at in the building, what the extent of it is on the building. Like, the information to make that decision just isn't there. Like,
I agree.
they might, they do have problems, but it's not coded anywhere. There's not a key. They don't have, like I said, the one that was most successful is they took where all of these things were and they put painter's tape and they took a picture that, because that provided contrast against the painted brick, that you could visually see, oh my gosh, this is just
All over.
egregious all over. Yeah, we get why you had to paint. So
So in looking to our worksheet, I mean, we would go through these steps, obviously,
Mhm.
with that in mind.
Yeah.
This isn't a clear denial, at least in my opinion.
Sure.
I think the evidence could be there, but we need more documentation.
Well, in that case, like we do for other things, you're not required to approve or deny today. You can continue and they can come back with more information. You can give them that option, an opportunity, and then make your decision.
And Commissioner Barth, just to add to your question about the definition of disparate, while the standards don't provide a specific definition of it, when there are questions about interpretation of a regulation, what generally is done is you look to the definitions that are provided, and if there are no definitions, then you look to the common definition of the word. A common definition of the word disparate pursuant to the Merriam-Webster dictionary is markedly distinct in quality or character, or containing or made up of fundamentally different and often incongruous elements. So that's something for you all to consider as what a definition of the word disparate is when you're thinking about applying that particular exception.
So I would think, we would be in step one, B, A, subcategory A. I mean,
I agree.
okay. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion at this point to continue this project because
3 parts.
yes, sorry. This is one part of the motion, one motion for the painted brick material only. And I would move to continue this part of the application because we do not have sufficient evidence that there are disparate parts on this application in order to justify painting brick, and would request more information. Sorry, I'm being repetitive. And would like to reference, design guidelines 5.5, number 3, and 5.8 preamble, as well as I believe number 9, if I'm not mistaken.
Number 7.
Sorry, 7.
Yep, number 7.
Okay. All right, we have a motion for the painted brick portion of this application by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
No.
Commissioner Hawkins? No. Oh, who did I miss? I thought I said Whitlock. Oh, Whitlock, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. And Commissioner Hawkins, no. Vote to continue the paint portion of this application passes 6-2. Okay, part 2. I believe that would be the front porch column and beams.
I could keep rolling if y'all want me to. we want to keep this puppy moving. I think there's some details that the applicant just isn't privy to, being a homeowner, and maybe the contractor wasn't either. I personally, as one commissioner, am comfortable with them working with staff. I think they need to be remedied. I think the tapered columns need to go back. I think the painted nature, and speaking to it, I think, who was it? Somebody mentioned about the paint scheme being in keeping with the historical context of the building. I think they need to be painted. I think the neck and beams should be aligned. So, I mean, I'm comfortable pushing that to.
What about this? What about the sizes? Like the ones on the end are bigger than the original columns.
I think they just need to go back with, they're gonna have to change anyway.
You want to, okay, so making
Replace.
sure I understand, you want them to use the historic photos and restore the original look of the beam columns with the design and the dimension.
Yes, unless they choose to go for something different. As it stands right now, these are not in compliance and need to be changed anyway.
Okay, so I have a question for our attorneys, because this would normally be a denial. And, but I think in your denial, you can give staff the authority to do a true restoration as a fix. I mean, staff does have the authority to do a true restoration as a fix in the design standards,
So if it's a denial, they have to come back anyway. So,
at least to staff, yeah.
okay.
And if they do a true restoration, then, sorry, I'm kind of talking out loud and figuring
Then
this out, then we
Do
can
it
do it.
transfer as a,
We can do it.
yeah, yeah.
if
You
it's a
could just
true-
approve it on the staff level if they come back with a true
Right,
restoration. Okay.
right. So it would be a denial.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Working it out loud.
I would like for part two, the porch modifications would like to deny this part of the application as the columns and beam relationships as built do not comply with our standards, and would request that the applicant work with staff in ensuring proper detailing. Number one, that the materials are compatible with the historic structure. Number two, that the neck of the columns as well as beams are in alignment. And number three, that the proportions, sizes, and detailing match the original structure or historic precedents.
You
Um,
can use 5.9
Say again?
or 5.8, number 9 was one of the references.
5.8, number 9.
That was for paint. And then
Look to the porch standards for this. So
Yeah, 4.8.
Yeah.
And 4.8.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny part 2 for front porches, columns, and beams. Passes 8-0.
Chairwoman Hawkins, the applicant has their hand up. What would you like to do? Would you like to continue with the last motion and then talk to the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, part 3 is the driveway. You were rolling.
Yeah. Somebody may have a more stronger opinion, but I think our direction here is that they've paved up to the front of the house. We do not allow parking in the front of the house. And they have proposed, at least verbally, from what I understand, doing tire paths at least 18 inches from the foundation of the house, extending towards the back of the house. Is this correct?
So you can, again, driveways, if it's done right, staff can approve.
Is this also a denial
I
with
think
work with
so.
staff? Okay.
Yeah, because that's consistent with what you did with the next door neighbor as well. And there was a recommendation, given the shared portion and the limited size, that to make it work, they're gonna have to do some kind of shared driveway that goes back
Yeah.
to the back of the house.
Yeah. I think we're okay with that happening just so long as the driveway is not put up against the foundation of the house within 18 inches and, it's limited for
Yeah.
the paved amount,
We can,
surface.
we can work that out. We
So,
driveways,
okay.
but that's on slide, I think I put that in here. Yeah, slide 26.
So that's showing a full driveway.
It is, and if you're okay with it, I mean, they could do full or carriage strips in this section of Wilmore. Full driveways are pretty prevalent.
Okay.
So if you're okay with
I don't have
either,
an
we
opinion
can
one,
do it.
yeah, one way or the other. Okay. Just so long as it extends to the back.
Yeah.
So third part of my motion in regards to the driveway, would like to deny this part of the application, requesting that the applicant again work with staff in ensuring that no front parking is use your words.
Yeah.
Is occurs by paving additional driveway towards the back of the house and ensuring that the said driveway is not paved within 18 inches of the foundation of the historic structure, referencing design standards for sidewalks and parking 8.2 through 8.3.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Barnes. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion? Okay. Let's vote. All right, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barr,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny passes 8-0.
Talk to the applicant. Okay. Candace, can you take them off mute, please?
I just had two quick questions. Sorry, we're kind of rookies at this and not used to a lot of the lingo, but just so we understand on the second one, if we change those pillars back, and have somebody return them to their same size and shape and scope of what it was before, I just want to make sure that that remedies that problem. And then in regards to 3, I think I understand the driveway well, but in regards to the extension of it, could we do carriage strips off of where it is now through the back, or does it need to be, consistent? Do you want that to be one just straight slab of concrete all the way back?
Tim, we'll work with you. I would say your next step, I'll send decision letters, but we'll need to just submit a new application for the front porch and the driveway. And you'll be assigned a staff member and they'll work with you one-on-one and we'll get you all the information you need and answer all your questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just was a little confused on some of it. And even on that first one, I don't know how to document, some of the stuff that's already been fixed and painted. So I just didn't want to leave here confused. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll help you with all of it.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right. Thanks, guys. Okay. Our next application is 1551 Merriman Avenue. VJ, are you with us? And we're welcoming Commissioner Parati back. Welcome back, Kim.
Welcome back.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, well, we will swear you in first. If you would, oh, I'm sorry, I'm taking over Michelle's role.
Oh. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So this next application is 1551 Merriman, and I have to share with the commission some background information on this. And just thank VJ for being kind of a hero in the situation. This house is on the minimum housing list, and the city has slated it for demolition. So, but VJ has purchased it and wants to restore it and do an addition. He's not asking to demolish and build new, like we've had other inquiries. And so it's not only helping save a building, but, you know, saving a potentially vacant lot from after the city demolishes. So anyway, the city can't demolish without, of course, coming to the commission first, but that is the road we were on with this house. So I just wanted to share that with the commission because I feel like that's really important background information to have. It's a very simple project. They have a front dormer addition. He is proposing some changes to the front elevation roof and a small rear addition that is shorter and narrower than the existing house. He's also asking to put in some new windows and is proposing Geldwin sightline aluminum clad that we've reviewed and approved many, many times. So you can see the existing conditions of the house. Lots of boarded up, missing windows, all sorts of exciting problems. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Viche and just, Viche, if you would state your name and your address for the commission, please, and then let me know where you'd like to go on these slides.
Sure, thank you. And my name is Vijay Wulli, last name Vulli. The address is 1551 Merriman Avenue, Charlotte 28203. And yeah, this is, like I said, this is a existing house that we purchased, and we want to restore it with new windows and keep it exactly like how it was before. The only thing is that front elevation, we would like to make a little bit more, how do I say it, more beautiful. And we wanted to add a dormer in the front and also want to add an extra bedroom in the backside. So that is the project. Basically, all the windows are rotten and they need to be replaced, and we have been, literally every door and window need to be replaced.
All right.
I mean, that's all I know. It's a simple project though, but it has a lot of work to do.
Okay, we have one unknown caller, but we think it might be the applicant for the next case. Hello, if you've called in, can you just let us know if you're calling in about 1551 Merriman Avenue? Okay, over to you.
All right. Well, I just want to echo Christie's sentiments. Thank you for choosing to restore, revive, breathe life into this home versus demolishing it. So kudos and hats off to you for making that choice.
Thank you.
All right. I think I only have one question, and it might be about fenestration on the right and left elevations. There are some voids in that addition. Just curious if there's an opportunity to add something, an additional opening of some sort on either side to avoid that, the long wall of the long wall, lack of voids. And that's for you.
I'm sorry, what was the question? I didn't get it though. So the back side,
Do you see where Christie's cursor is
yes,
moving?
yes,
Is there an opportunity to add maybe a small window or some type of opening there? Because it's a long continuous wall of,
Oh, right. I think again, I forgot the exact plan. I think that's where the kitchen goes, and um, the wall cabinets will go there, right? So that's why we did not put a window there. When we moved the window to the right side instead of the center,
okay.
because the existing kitchen is so small. So when we extend it, we wanted a bedroom and also have the bigger kitchen too. And that is where the kitchen will be. So that's why we did not put a window there.
Christy, if you go to slide 15, I think it's actually a family room, and on the right-hand side, it's the owner's suite.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Is a bedroom. So you may benefit from having extra natural light in those two rooms. Also, I think we would probably request it, given our standards for rhythm of fenestration. So if you'd be open to that, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, you're right. So if it is a family room, we can add a window. Yeah, we can do 2 windows on this side, 2 windows on the other side.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we can have that updated and send it back.
Yeah. Thanks for being so agreeable.
That's fine. You're right, and we get extra light also.
Yes. I have a few questions, piggybacking on Commissioner Hawkins. So you're showing a dormer going on the front elevation as well. Is there a reason for that?
There is no reason other than the look of the front elevation, meaning it looks better.
Okay, so you're trying to dress it up a little bit, add a little street.
Right. So just to make it more, and also it gives extra light also inside the attic space.
Okay, so you're not adding like a room upstairs or anything.
No,
It's just
no room upstairs. It's just attic over there.
cosmetic. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Walker. Okay. And then you're proposing hardy plank artisan, which is good. Oh, Christy, could you go to, let's see, any one of the side elevations? So typically we don't in a window trim and fields of siding. Typically we don't allow for picture frame windows. So this is not really a question, more of just a comment. I think we'd want you to do more traditional trim there. And then I think that's really all the questions I have.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, one more. Are there any trees that will be impacted by this addition? I don't see a site plan showing any trees.
No, the tree. There was one small tree that was already removed based on our previous discussion, and it was rotten tree. It's a dead tree there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question. It's the left side elevation. There is, yes. So we like to keep openings, particularly on the primary level, at the same size. Would you be opposed to maintaining that size window instead of making it smaller? I see where that's the kitchen. Again, it's more of a primary window. And our standards say that we like to maintain those openings and not change them.
Okay. If you don't mind, can you go back to that the floor plan which shows the
Yeah, it's the
I
kitchen.
just want to see what it is, right. That's Yes, we can do it. I just have to talk to the architect to make sure he can make it a big window, and how does the sink comes there. I don't know the answer right now, but like you said, if that's a requirement, then we'll definitely do that.
Thank you, sir.
I think former Commissioner Hinman might have done something like that, and I can maybe connect them.
That's perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. Other
And I
questions?
believe anything can be done, so we can do whatever required.
We appreciate that.
So the right side window also, I think the right side window is the same size as, I think we're not changing the right side window on the other side of the house. So
Okay, that's good.
yeah. So we'll keep it the same then, this one too. We'll
Okay.
just work with that kitchen, how to make it, maybe the sink has to move a little bit left or right.
Commissioner Wojcik?
BJ, I was gonna tell you, sometimes we have the full window on the outside, but on the inside, part of it gets covered up. So I'm sure in your mind, you're thinking, what in the world are these people thinking? But we have requested it before, and it has been addressed on the interior standpoint. So there are ways that you can do it without interrupting your plan, just
Okay.
for your information.
Sure,
And then
sure.
I just want to make sure, you know that the brick on the house is not to be painted, correct?
No, it will be the same brick the way it is. And even for the dormer, we have extra brick from the backside. We were going to use the backside brick in the front so that it will be everything exactly same.
Did you say on the dormer?
Yeah, in the front, not the dormer, sorry, in the front elevation.
Oh, that's gonna be brick? I thought it was gonna be
Not the
siding.
dormer, sorry. Yeah,
Oh, the gable end, okay.
the gable, yes. Yeah, one of those I think is a brick, and I forgot actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I think we have extra brick that we can reuse in the front wherever it's damaged.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
VJ, what are you proposing? You have a patio off your family room, your new family room. What material are you proposing for that? Is that concrete? Is that a brick? Is it raised up from the grade? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
That would be a concrete.
Concrete, okay, and it's at the grade level?
It is at the grade level, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, the extension is concrete.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close. Well, it sounds like everything that we've asked, the applicant is amenable to addressing. Were there other concerns or items that you guys thought needed to be discussed?
I think staff can handle the majority of this, with some direction. I like, I like the aesthetic choices that the applicant is proposing for the front elevation. This is my only concern, by the way. Additions should occur in the rear. It's not necessary for the house to function. It's an aesthetic choice, so that's my only quarrel with this proposal.
I'm so right there with you, Commissioner Barth. In fact, I was looking up, there's a standard, and I don't know that it speaks to this, but it's the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. I mean, actually, that's not really saying exactly what I wanted to say. I thought exactly what I thought I had read before, which is things shouldn't be added for the sake of adding them. They need to have a function. You know, it has to have a purpose. And I am in agreement with the whole body that the applicant saving this house is to be applauded. I do, however, have a challenge with the dormer. It doesn't serve a function. It's an addition to the front, the new, yes, not the dormers. They do alter the space that characterizes this property without a function. And so,
And same thing for the gable vents. I think, and this may be a drawing, discrepancy. Thank you. Words today, they're failing me. I think the gable vents, the drawing is showing windows both in the proposed and the existing. There were gable vents. The proposed is to replace with windows. I would think we would, to maintain the character of the house and its architectural elements, I think we'd want to keep those as vents.
yeah, a number of the, sorry, also words. A number of the commitments in that we call the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Rehabilitation point back to altering the features of the house to create a look that in turn destroys the historic look of the place. So like number 9, new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not distort historic materials that characterize the property. There's that. The one that I read, number 2, the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alterations of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. Each property, number 3, shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. Yeah.
Christy, could this be, so we don't, I think we're all in agreement, we don't approve the front dormer and gable modifications, but, you know, if you guys are comfortable with us adding conditions to an approved motion for the rest of it,
Just
is
break it
everybody-
apart.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. You can deny the changes to the front and then approve the addition and window replacement and all those other good things.
Little goodies.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a thing or do you want me?
Sure, I'll do that. So let me get back to. Oops. Just a moment. All right. So, I would like to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the neighborhood and speaks directly to the standards listed in Chapter 6 with the following conditions. That A, the new, the addition of the gable dormers on the front facade be eliminated. per Secretary of Interior Standards. Numbers 2, 3, and 9, that the left side window, the second window on the left elevation, that the openings not be changed, that the openings are maintained per standard 4. Someone help me, 4.14. Windows, it speaks to openings should not be altered. Let's see here.
One is retaining that can to the overall.
No, it's openings.
Avoid adding, openings or changes, number 6.
Number 6, 4.14, number 6. Let's see here. I believe that's it. Did I miss anything? Chris, Commissioner Barth, you mentioned something about the,
I think that would also apply, would 4.14 number, sorry. I think.
number 6, yeah.
Number 6, and on a similar note for the
Oh.
gable vents,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not changing the size per se, but it's changing the function of the opening.
I'm sorry, say it again.
111 and trim them. Match.
She's thinking out loud.
4.11, number 2 is match deteriorated trim with new trim that matches as closely as possible. And material and profile. Do not remove elements that are part of the original design of the structure without replacing them in kind.
There you go.
Yep, that's it. And I will take the first one that you shared about the trim, and I'll apply it to the, where is it? The picture frame window. Where is that? Where is that stubborn thing? Yeah.
So just maybe apply.
Mm-hmm.
On the addition, I think that's 6.14 for cornices and trim, and probably 6.15 and 6.16 as well, for picture frame casing.
So we'll use those standards to make sure that the window trim, the appropriate window trim, is returned to the windows in lieu of changing that to a picture frame trim along the house, throughout the house.
And 6.18 for doors and windows and fenestration, I think adding the additional windows on the left and right elevations.
Okay. I'll accept those. Windows, more windows. And also, we want to make sure that information is provided about the mature canopy trees. Wait. Yep. Mm-hmm. That are located on the lot. So, when the permit ready, drawings are included, they need to include information on the mature canopy trees, the size, the location, and the species. All right.
Do you have the brick for the addition to be approved by staff?
And I want to make sure that the windows, brick, and any other materials that we're going back with are staff approved. All right.
Okay.
Let's cobble together. You got that, Candy? Yeah, okay. Thanks, team. So that's our motion.
One friendly amendment,
Okay.
just technical on the dormers.
Uh-huh.
You said eliminate both gable dormers. One of them's a hip dormer.
Thank you. So so eliminate the additional dormers.
That would cover it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati,
Second,
seconded by Commissioner Barth. Do we have any discussion?
yes. I don't know that this was brought up in the application, but perhaps staff can enlighten us. Are all the windows being proposed to be replaced on the existing structure?
They are.
And do we need to address that?
Well, we usually do.
Because what's there,
Like
on
there
the left-
have some that are like totally missing.
yeah, on the left side is pretty scary.
This one, it's just really hard to tell. I don't understand some of this. And the front is also rather scary. Where's the front? The front's just totally missing. And I think these two are boarded up. There's a paired window here. And then this is obviously coming off, and the rear doesn't matter because they're doing that rear addition, right?
Scary too.
Yeah. And then you have the right elevation, which that one may
Looks like
be
a
open.
replace- Yeah.
It looks like it has an aluminum storm window over it.
So
Um,
do we put that in as a denial for now?
you could break it apart and continue that part if you want to.
Deny the windows that are still left.
I mean, this whole place was gonna be gone. I don't.
Yeah. I mean,
I will defer to you all. If more of us feel like it's worth breaking that out than not.
No, those windows are not, I'm sorry. Those windows are not good. I mean, if you see the way.
Hey, Vijay, we are closed, so if you need to reopen, we can, but
reopen, yeah.
let's reopen. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What I was saying is that those windows are not at all good. Again, I mean, if you prefer to keep those the way they are, we can try to restore it, but I doubt it. They're not in a good condition.
There's really only 3 windows that we're kind of questioning on the whole house. So
Only thing I worry about is precedence.
That's true. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. So I will, do I need to restate this?
just pull it out as a
Okay.
separate motion.
I would like to pull out the part about the windows that are currently on the structure. And I'll address that in another motion. All right.
And it would be really only the right and left elevation
Mhm.
that you want more information on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we can,
Just better pictures,
Yeah.
essentially.
okay. So I'll continue that one, but as far as the approval with conditions goes, are we still good? Or should I restate?
If I may add really quickly, I wasn't sure whether or not the commission reclosed to continue deliberation.
I would like to now reclose to
But-
continue deliberation.
Thank you. The other thing that I would note for the commission is that there was a motion that was properly seconded. So at this point, it would be on following general standards for what would happen after this. It would be upon the commission to vote on the motion that was currently made. That doesn't, whether the commission approves or denies the motion, does not prevent you, if you were to deny this motion as currently stated, it wouldn't prevent you from reformulating a different motion. The other thing I would add to the commission to consider is while the commission generally requires more documentation as it pertains to fenestration in order to allow for a complete removal, there may be special circumstances or unique circumstances in as it pertains to this particular building, that may justify a different result. However, that is something that the commission would have to discuss and arrive at that conclusion, if that is what you would like to arrive to. And then any motion subsequent would have to explain or delineate any special circumstances that would take you guys away from your general process.
So
I'm not
basically
saying-
what Kim already said, given the special circumstances of this being a minimum housing case and up for demolition, that would be the extenuating circumstances in this case and why you're not requesting additional documentation.
For the windows.
It, again, as a suggestion to the commission to consider the different particulars of this, it does not mean that you have to arrive at the decision of allowing the windows to be removed without the documentation that you generally require. However, if after discussion, you find that there are special circumstances that would merit an exception, then that you would just have to say that in your motion.
Okay,
I believe we're still in the discussion part of the motion. I know it's.
we are.
So,
There's 10 windows that are not. We're saying that of the 10, only 3 are good. That's 30%. That seems like a percentage that you could make a good call that it's okay to replace all of them.
and it was on the list to be, property was on the list to be demolished. So to me, we are making the case for why the windows should be removed and replaced.
I have to say that even though that would be easier for me and for us, to Commissioner Barth's point, I'd like to keep the playing field level. And this is what, when we see really horrible windows, we still ask for this information. So I'm ready to restate the motion with help from you all with the standards. Okay?
So,
Of course. So if this was on the demolition for the city, was the city gonna come to us and
Yep.
ask for approval?
Yes.
They were gonna come to us
Yes,
and ask.
they
for
are
approval.
not allowed, no one's allowed to do anything. City, federal government, whoever.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. They would have to come and you would, I mean, you could do the same thing, 365-day stay, try and find a buyer. But luckily it didn't come to that. We did find a buyer who's restoring it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, each application is an individual application. You gotta look at it on its own merits. And we are not a precedent recognizing organization?
that is correct. The only exception to that general principle is in a situation where two properties have virtually the same circumstances. So if you had a case where in one instance you approved a change and then the next house that has the exact same conditions came up, the logical, oh my God, words are failing me.
Can I give a more concrete example?
Yes.
Okay, so this house has 5 windows that we want more information on. It's on the to be demolished list, minimum housing. We get another American small house with 5 windows on the to be demolished list. Are we treating that the same? Okay. That's the only nuance with precedent. Yep.
This house was going to be demolished and our hero is saving it. Do you think that we should pull out the windows and say, we need more information on those? Okay, all right. So I will pull, if it's okay with you, Candy, and let me know if not, if it's okay with everyone. If I keep the motion the same and just extract the windows from that. The original windows from that.
Another option would be that somebody can make a substitute motion to continue the windows. And if that is properly seconded, then you can vote on that one. And then your original motion will basically die. And then you would have to restate the rest of your motion.
What's the, so you're saying that we need a vote on this motion that I've made. It needs to die, and then we can restate the motion.
Do a substitute motion.
Yeah. you can
Okay,
do that,
I'd
or
rather
somebody
do
can
that.
do a substantive
I'll do
motion
a
for the
substitute
window.
motion.
Do our own motion?
That,
Somebody else would have to do
Yeah.
a substantive motion.
Are we still worried about the precedent setting, given the uniqueness of this? I just, I'd say, let's go with that motion that you've already put out there.
I agree.
Too.
all right, so we will continue with the motion, and I'll add that the reason we are making an exception to these windows is because this was on the to be demolished list. The city was planning on demolishing this home. It is being saved, and
The windows are terrible.
There are only 5 original windows.
there are only 5 original
left on this house.
windows left on this house. I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about it.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a,
So let's vote on this motion and let it die. Let me restate it because I don't feel good about it.
Okay.
It would be so much easier, but we don't do things, not do things because they're hard. All right, so let's go ahead and kill it. Someone? Okay. It's been said,
It was seconded originally by
Commissioner Wojcik.
Commissioner Barth.
Oh, Barth.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay,
you just need to vote on your original motion.
okay. Let's do it.
okay. Let's vote.
So we're voting on the.
We are going to, we are going to,
It's honestly, the easiest thing is everyone just vote no and let's
Yes.
just restart.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Commissioner Week,
No.
Commissioner Walker? No. Commissioner Barr?
No.
Commissioner Parati?
I would never.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
No. No.
Yes. Said yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes.
What is the
Start
vote
no.
total?
Two per motion.
All right, vote to
Approve with conditions.
approve with conditions fails 5-3.
Okay.
I would like to I would like to make another motion with help on the standards. I would like to approve this application with conditions. That the dormers throughout the house be nixed according to our Secretary of Interior Standards number 2, 9, and 3. That the original windows yeah, okay, I'm not going to do that. That the original openings be maintained, the original window openings be maintained according to 4.14 number 6. That the window trim throughout the house be maintained according to standard 4.14 number Mm-mm. 4.11, thank you. That the applicant present permit-ready drawings with the materials to be approved by staff and with the mature canopy trees, species, location, and size to also be included. And we did window trim. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. And that additional fenestration on the right and left elevations be included per standard 4.14 number. Okay.
6.15 and 16.
According to standards 6.15 and 6.16. And that is it for this application or for this motion.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
That the applicant maintain the original gable vents on the existing structure for 4.14.
Accept it.
Okay,
All right.
we have a motion by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
There will still be, just to clarify, there's still going to be one more motion.
I would like to add a friendly amendment to mine. We are doing a separate motion that will address the original windows.
Accepted.
Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barr,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 9-0.
All right, and now I'd like to make a second motion to continue this application as it pertains to the original windows, the 5 original windows on the house. We need documentation that they are beyond repair before we consider replacing them. And I think that's it. According to standards 4.14, number 1.
Question, are we asking them to come back to staff or come back to us?
Us, yeah.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion?
Friendly amendment to work for the applicant to work with staff in providing this documentation. We would request additional photographs as well as potentially a window restoration expert's analysis on said windows.
Accept it.
Okay. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
No.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
No.
Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Whitlock,
No.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes. Vote to continue fails 6-3.
All right, I'll do another one. 3rd time's the charm. Can I? You know what? I'll let someone else do that one. Yeah. One of the naysayers.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion, given the extenuating circumstances of this being a potentially demolished house and its owner taking on such a unusual challenge to renovate the entire thing, and the windows being shown to us thus far to be the few that they are irreparable. I would like to leave it up to the owner's discretion as to whether to repair or replace said windows.
Second?
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Walker, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? We need any standards?
Oh.
Yeah, we do need standards to justify.
Do you accept it? Okay, do you accept 4.14 number 3? Commissioner Whitlock?
I would like to add, can I also add 4.14? Number 10, replace entire windows only when they're missing or beyond repair.
Isn't there a standard for making sure that the new replacement windows like match the original one somewhere? It's in the second half.
Yeah, I think it's 11. Yeah. 4.1411.
All right, I heard 4.14 number 3, number.
It also says number 19, replace
Mhm.
19 would put down for Parker.
Windows, no.
And
I would say 12, 13,
14,
14,
15.
16, 17.
Can we just say all of 4.14?
You can say like 10 through 22 and number 3
Yeah, that
is
sounds
what I would say.
Okay.
Madam Chair, one suggestion, as we look at this motion as it was currently stated, it includes references to the applicant's particular circumstances of having taken on a project to save this house. Unfortunately, that is not something that the commission is allowed to consider the applicant's specific circumstances. My suggestion would be that there might be a friendly amendment to eliminate any references of the applicant's personal circumstances. And then you could move forward with the rest of the motion, ensuring that, as has been stated, it only refers to the conditions of the property as you have been presented.
Thank you so much, Attorney Hewitt. Keep us straight.
So should I revise the motion
In a minute.
or just,
Oh, I got you. I would like to provide an amendment that the motion be striked of the comment about the applicant's conditions of taking on this project, and that we're only referencing the guidelines for replacement windows
And the property itself.
and the windows themselves.
That's proper.
that's good.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, y'all. Words are failing me at this hour.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barnes,
I'll live, but no.
Commissioner Parati,
Same, no.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, no.
Flip. Flip flop.
Vote to approve passes 6-3.
I'm glad you won, Vijay.
Thank you.
BJ, thanks for hanging in there with us.
Thanks.
Staff will be in touch next week with next steps.
Sure,
So
thank you.
Thanks so much. Our next applicant is here and in the hallway. How are we feeling about hearing one more case tonight?
If we do, it'll be the first time I've ever gotten through. a
Well,
list.
and it would start the year off in just a great manner. You could,
I have to leave.
okay. Commissioner Parati's leaving. Would you send in?
That's a good show.
Will you approve the applicant?
I know, you're like really,
Yeah. Katie.
That's what I see.
See, she's out there.
so much.
I usually
Just
do.
not at 7 o'clock at
Yeah.
night.
Okay.
I would love walking through all the houses.
All right. Okay, and noting for the record that Commissioner Parati is leaving the meeting. Hi, Katie, welcome. Come on up to the front hot seat. And we're gonna go ahead and get her sworn in while she's getting settled. So. Okay, yep.
If you could respond, I do to the following question, please raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Right, okay. And I know we didn't hear her. She said, yes, I do, for the record. You have to turn it on. Make it green.
Here we go.
Third time's the charm.
Yes.
Okay,
Guys.
great, thank you. This next application is 1707 Lenox Avenue. The applicant is requesting a rear addition, a new accessory structure, and a pool in the rear yard. All of the information is in the staff memo and in the presentation. I will also mention that the applicant has also provided additional details in the agenda supplement. There were a couple of duplicate pages that I did not include because we can only include new information. But again, those were duplicate. They were already in the agenda packet for item number 14. So with this, I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to turn it straight over to Katie. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter. And I am on slide 6. And if you could just point me to whatever slides you'd like to go to next.
Okay, my formal name is Catherine Van Donik. I go by Katie. My address is 1707 Lenox Avenue in Dilworth. I guess today I'm here to propose an addition on our home, expanding our footprint. I guess for ease of time, I have notes, but I know you all are pushing on the clock, so you want me to just go ahead and
Yep,
scan through pretty quickly?
Get right to it.
Okay, we are a duplex. We abut a commercial property to our right, a residential property to our left. The rear property behind us is a quadplex. We have a 10-foot alleyway that we access the rear of our yard. We have a side entrance behind those tall boxwoods, which is 1709 Lenox Avenue. We came 3 years ago, 2017.
2017.
It's way longer than 3 years ago. And did this small addition. We still keep the address 1709 at that side entrance along with the mailbox. We still have a water, sewer, gas, and electric for 1709. So at this point, we want to go ahead and expand out back with another side entrance to reinstate formally 1709 Lenox. We've met with Christy a couple of times, I want to say over the past couple of years. A couple of renditions of this project. I've met with the zoning department, going over all of those requirements, making sure we met with them. I had Mr. Morgan from Duke Energy out at the house twice to go over some logistics because their power lines run along our property line. Our neighbors to our right, the commercial property, they bought that property about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, and you approved their renovations, taking a fantastic 70s style building and I guess modernizing it. So today our view out, most of our living space is 3 lots of parking lots and a quadplex. Most of the houses on Kingston, it's a large privacy fence and trees, so we don't see anything really on that side of our property. So we're proposing an addition, an accessory garage, and a very, very tiny plunge pool. And I guess just to back up, and Christy knows some of this, I know your jobs are not easy. You probably get some energized applicants up here. So first of all, thank you. Thank you for spending probably beyond your time here tonight. I used to be a planner. I used to be liaison on an HDC. That was 3 kids ago. So some of the details I lack, and I apologize, Christy. I don't have the brain that I used to have at this job. But this is our project. It's a story and a half, all brick to match the brick that we have. All windows are wood Windsor product. The windows on our current house are all wood Windsor products, either 6/6 or 8/8, 5/8 inch Muntin, true divided lights. We have wood doors. I think the only thing that would change on the new plans are a couple of fixed windows that are on a larger scale. And I'm trying to pull off of our original front facade, big, large fixed window that we have and sort of mimic that, but more of a modern way. And I know one of the questions you might have as far as the setbacks and such, we are keeping in line on the alleyway as far as our footprint goes. On the left side, we do have I guess a tiered bump out, 2 feet and then 2 feet. But currently my carport sits actually in the setbacks. So it sticks out 7 feet. I believe it's 2.7 feet at one corner and 4.3 feet at another corner. So we're sort of just technically falling into what we have already. A lot of details on the site plan. We've got two trees that are Duke Energy, Mr. Morgan has said that have got to go. Their tree crews have been out twice now. There's one tree that just engulfs their lines. One of those trees is suggested to be taken down, which is labeled number 2, and another tree labeled number 1. He's also has said that should come down this past season when they did the tree trimming. They took out half of the tree. So it's what is going back isn't really going to grow back, he says.
And this is slide 15. And then Katie, you also have tree information in the supplement on slide 14.
Yeah, you can see the one tree just fully engulfs the lines. And then the other tree, they took half of it off. It's 2 trees that have grown into comes out as 2 trees, and they're just trying to grow together and fighting over each other. And they continue to hack away at those trees every year. And the gentleman who's been out to the house says that he would be petitioned to have them gone based on their requirements for the utility lines. And that's the only, we technically don't have to take them down, but for the ease of the project, we would prefer to take them down. And we have the Duke's engineer department who backs that. And we do propose 2 new crepe myrtles in the rear of the property. And I did provide an updated landscape plan with some of the other landscaping that we're going to be doing, some other trees that we will be adding, just to give you a better idea of what we plan to do. Our current, sorry, I'm all over the place on this slide.
So this is the updated landscape plan is slide 15 and 16 on the supplement. Would you like to go back to the main?
Doesn't matter. But are we just sliding down our driveway gates from where they are currently down to the back side of that side of that yard? Our current drive gates swing out, which you guys had all approved back in 17. This particular gate would have to slide down on a wheel because of the location on the backside of the property. And that equipment would sit along the inside of our property, along the fence. It's just a little chain that pulls the gate down. The pool, it's 12 by 12. It's a small, tiny plunge pool. I have the coping called out.
So slide 26 kind of shows everything all together. And then you have the Zotwell survey on slide 27 with the new addition dotted in.
Yeah, and we do exceed the ridge line there on 2 feet, but I think that's pretty much been precedent with the commission. I mean, all the trim is the same, the brick mold's the same, the soffit and fascia is all the same.
So slide 32 is showing the right elevation existing, including that this is the new rear addition right here. And then the proposal. Slide 33 shows the rear elevation as built. And then the new proposed, and then this is, Katie, this is the garage, the new accessory structure, right? This is showing up here.
No, that's the back of that house, the back elevation.
Oh, the back, it does
Yeah.
have this bump out?
It's a
Okay.
slight bump out, yeah.
Okay. And then the front elevation is here, and then, so here is the edge of the house. And then this bumps out 2 times, and then above. And then slide 34 shows, you can kind of see the little, this is where the new addition was added right here to the house. And they're adding the connector and then new addition to the back. And then there's, the garage has its own sheets with floor plans and elevations. And then there's also a section showing the garage in plane with the new addition on slide 37. And I think that's it. And then there are also, other details about materials that, I guess the commission will get into it at some point, but usually we start big and go small. So, Katie, sorry to take over. Is there anything else you'd like to
No,
share?
I didn't want to take too much time. I know, like, I feel bad we're pressing on your time. And I appreciate you all letting me be heard tonight. I know I was reading the guidelines at the state, and I'm like 180 days from application, but application isn't until you're actually on the agenda, so.
Yep,
You know,
it's
it
from the
just-
time you're heard.
I
so,
know, it's
yep.
just, it's time, so I'm just, yeah, I'm here, so I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Answer questions?
Hold on, let's see. We don't have any callers.
All right. Okay, the only thing, and like you said, we'll start big. I think the biggest thing is, of course, the addition, the massing and scale of the addition. So help me, help us understand, how is it that this addition is secondary to the original structure?
Well, I guess I'll start out first by saying zoning wise, I mean, we're zoned multifamily. So we're allowed to have, especially under the new UDO expanded what we can have, but we can have up to 3 units on our property. Not counting for what the setbacks I've shown on here. And the permeable, impermeable doesn't really apply to multifamily and commercial as it does to the residential applications. Scaling wise, I mean, we're at the 2-foot ridgeline height. As far as scaling, we're not exceeding that as far as the ridgeline goes.
So the historic district standards take precedence, or they take precedence over other standards and ordinances. So and this is in a historic district. So I want to understand how the design standards that this property is beholden to applies. And so my question is, so if we look at edition 6.20, number 2 says limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. Can you speak to why you believe that's not the case for this addition?
I mean, I'm still within, my footprint isn't larger than the existing footprint.
But it's taller? Wider.
I'm only exceeding it by 2 feet. The width is only on the, I guess I would classify as the north elevation. And my, the existing carport already goes back 6 feet beyond my home on that side elevation. Should be on the side.
So your addition is taller and wider, and that's what I'm asking. Number 2 says limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower
Yeah, so on
existing building.
on the alleyway, we are not wider than our current home. On the north, I guess the north direction, which backs up to all the properties along Kingston Avenue, I go past my current footprint by 4 feet, but I have we already have a structure there that goes past the home footprint by 6 feet. So from the street, you still see part of our carport. If you're on Lenox, if you're looking at the house, you see carport on the left, which exceeds the footprint 6 feet at one corner, and then it exceeds the footprint 7.5 at another corner. And then if you're looking at Lenox, you won't see the addition because the house already extends that far.
Okay. And the last thing, and I'll turn it over to my other commissioners to ask questions. I think that pages 6.21, 6.22, 6.23, and 6.24 do a great job in showing the proportions of an addition to an existing structure. And so it might be, that's what we're looking at when we're evaluating and assessing additions. So just want to make sure that you know where we're coming from. We're looking at the standards and applying them accordingly. So I will turn it over to the other commissioners. Does anyone else? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I just had a question. Christy, can you go to 32 that shows the right elevation? I just want to clarify because I'm confused. Is there a grade change?
Yes, and I provided a supplemental.
I'm just trying to understand why there's a,
elevation. Yeah, there is, and I did provide a supplemental. It's the last slide, I believe. It's a grade elevation. So at the finished floor currently, it's a 3-foot drop out the back. And then halfway, almost 3/4 of the way to the backyard, we're at almost an 8-foot drop. There's considerable slope.
I think we normally would like to see that on the drawings. That's just, I mean, that's one detail.
So you're retaining that grade from the existing to the addition. You'll have a retaining wall there to retain that grade? Is that the idea? Is that what that's showing right there?
No, our addition starts at grade, at that 3-foot drop.
Right, but how do you have a vertical drop?
Yeah.
You have to have a retaining wall or something to, can't just go like.
Oh, so in between the units, we will have some sort of retaining wall, but along our, I mean, we abut parking lot and parking lot and parking lot. So for water roll off, I've already, the people next to us, who bought that commercial property, they repaved, I don't know, 8 months ago. And every time we have a storm, all of their water just fills up on our yard. So part of this is doing this addition, putting in drainage on the perimeter of our property to catch all of that water. So it's no longer, washing across our yard into Kingston Avenue, basically.
So so are you retaining the identity of each unit separately? I mean, like, I mean, initially you said you're absorbing. I just wanted clarity on that. Like, will you have, it will be one, your intent is that it's one residence?
No, it's 1707 and 1709.
So they're two separate residences?
Correct. Mhm. That's what we used to be.
Okay.
And we still retain the side entrance, but we're just moving it down at this point.
I guess I'm struggling. Maybe Christy, you can help me with, with which guidelines we're going, like, are we?
It's multifamily.
That's what I thought.
Yep,
we were
you're
moving towards.
You're in multifamily, but it's still chapter 6.
Yeah.
Right? Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Other questions for the applicant?
I know it's objective. Like I said, our view is of a commercial building and 3 parking lots and a quadplex. And I know that's an objective statement. So when I look out, all I see is a 2-story, 2.5-story building from the perspective of massing.
So can I ask, what's your, and maybe this is in the application, so I apologize if I'm being redundant, but what is the existing, can you compare for me the existing square footage of the primary structures that exist today and the existing, or the new square footage of the addition?
As far as the footprint goes,
No, total square footage.
the existing is about 2,200. And I feel like the new is 3,200 on the house.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? Let's see.
Question, Michelle.
Yes.
Can you go to the Zatwell and show me, do we have a Zatwell that has this proposed elevation on it? I think we do. Okay.
But we do. It is in the regular application and it is on slide 27. So let's see. So that's the commercial property Katie was referencing.
Okay.
The alley's there and then there's the outline.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the other direction?
So because it's an alley, we didn't get a Zatwell survey in the alley. But we do have this one. I mean, if what we have done in the past is they have kind of dotted it in behind houses before in the past because this is Kingston. So
I'm trying to get my
yeah, let me help orient you. Okay, so East Boulevard.
Okay.
Lenox only has like 2 houses that face it.
Okay.
And this is West Kingston, and then this is Park.
Okay.
Down here. So this is that building that they did that new roof on with the tile.
Tile roof, yeah.
Tile roof. Do you remember that? It's brick. And they don't make those metal tiles anymore.
Oh, yeah.
That looked fake.
Yeah.
That's right here.
Okay.
And this is her house, and this is the quadruplex. This is like a 1-story single family. And then these are those single family houses that are shown on slide 28. So
that's why you can't see.
Okay. Yeah, so they would be back there. And I mean, we on multifamily projects, because the context is standing in the middle of the property and doing a 360, we have asked in the past for multifamily projects to dot in their addition on this Zatwell survey. I'm most notably, I think we did that for 1913 Cleveland when we reviewed that a couple years ago. Yep.
So the alley is on the south side of the page.
Yeah, the alley's right here.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And that's how you access that new garage.
Yep.
And the new house.
Yeah.
Or
so-
the new part of the
Yeah,
house.
we currently go back. We have gates back there now, yes.
Okay,
The
that's the gate. that you-
supplement has some
Okay.
good, so here's the aerial.
Yeah.
I think this is really helpful. This is the red line's the alley, and these are all the parking lots Katie was referencing, and then
Yeah.
all of the buildings that face East Boulevard. And this is kind of taking, Katie, tell me if I'm wrong, but this is like the edge of your property
Yep,
right here,
exactly
right?
right, yep.
And this is kind of where the pool and garage would go back in here. Is that right?
No, I'm on this, that's looking,
That's the neighbor's
yeah,
property?
it's looking beyond.
Oh, so
we're just
you're even further.
further
Okay.
out. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, that, I mean, those are my views out,
Mhm.
you know, my main living areas.
So
That it was
we're,
hard
yeah,
for me to
Yeah.
go
yeah.
plan the elevation.
So because of the configuration of your lot to those homes that are on Kingston, you will just basically have a 5-foot setback to all of their backyards with, 2-story plus a roof of a house.
It's a story and a half, and like I said, we don't, our ridge line is 20.
That's just an unusual scenario.
Find my notes, sorry. Gonna be at 20. We're, to say we're only going up 2 feet above our current ridge line, it's not excessive from that perspective. And that's, Christy and I had met a few times as we were trying to keep in keeping with not being overbearing, not being excessive, with this new unit.
And you said there was a quadplex that you could see and you had
Yeah.
pictures of that. Are there any other multifamily kind of around
So
here?
at the angle is the complex that did the tile roof.
Okay.
They're 2 over from the quadplex.
Can you go back to 26?
Sure.
So where does lot 1707 stop and 1709 start in that?
There is no lot distinction. It was a duplex, 1 parcel.
So your mailbox would look.
We have 2 gas meters, 2 mailboxes, and we still maintain 1709 as a mailbox, a meter.
Katie, my question, which I'm just picking up on now, and I'm so sorry. I know you have a little porch here, right?
Yeah.
But I think if from the front elevation, since this is coming out even of the porch and it's taller, I think you'll see it on the, like, I think, is this right? Like you will see it?
Yeah, it's not
And then,
much,
and the,
yeah.
this porch right here, you see through, right? So this isn't a solid wall right here. Is that correct?
No, it's partial. It's partially solid.
So see, right here, you see through it?
Yeah, no, it
So
comes
won't you
out.
see through, won't you see this building through here? Isn't
I'm
that
pretty
missing?
sure it sticks out a few feet, that wall. It's not all,
So,
let me find. Gonna be on, there should be a picture of it. I have our old plans.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I see the little wall,
Yeah.
but you see it's open right here as built. And I think you'll see this building behind it through it.
Let's see if I've got old plans up.
Oh, can't drive back there.
Yeah, there it is. It's on slide 9. It's just a little pass through.
Oh, yeah, so there is I want to say it's like 3 feet of wall, but I see what you're saying, yes.
Yeah.
There is wall that you see from the street.
Right, there'll be, I think that might need updated because you will see wall from the street on slide 33. Like you'll see this, you're missing a line. You'll see this wall from the street.
You're gonna see it in perspective anyway, from an oblique angle.
That's true.
I don't know that this isn't our purview, but for curiosity's sake, so you're a duplex now, are you going to a triplex?
No, we're saying a duplex.
Okay, so you're turning the existing into 1 unit and this addition would be another unit?
So for our 1, we're 1 unit. So we renovated and made it 1. So this is now 2. Even, we purposely kept meters, address, mailboxes, entrances.
Yes, so what's existing now is 1 unit, was 2.
Yep.
You're adding this addition to go back to 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Right, but she maintained her option to add a second unit.
I have a question.
Floor plan in here? Do you have that?
Yeah, there is one.
That would be the second.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here.
Jill, you had a question?
Yeah, I thought Christy was doing something.
Yeah, so on slide 43, you can see the current floor plan. The building, it was a duplex, but it's used as a single family, and that's how it's being used, like according to Polaris. So what she did is she's retained all the hookups to allow her through the zoning requirements to add the second unit, to maintain her ability to expand and add the second unit. So this house will be single family, and then this house will be that second single family unit.
Christy, can you go to slide 32?
Sure. There you go.
So that is the side that faces the backyards of those properties?
No, this is the side that faces the alley, faces the commercial, faces East Boulevard. This side here faces this and this.
Okay, so where's the side that faces?
It's this side here.
Oh, okay.
And we tried to stagger that so that it wasn't story and a half on top of the property line, you know. Those are 2 little foot bump outs. That's the only piece I think that extends past the footprint.
So what's the depth of those bump outs?
2 feet.
I need some clarification. On just, I mean, are we to look at this as, I know it's duplex, but it's multifamily, but are we to look at this, you said chapter 6, you know, it's going to pertain, are we to look at it as if it's any addition to a single family?
You are looking at this as if this is multifamily. So in terms of context is different for multifamily than single family. So multifamily, you stand in the middle of the lot and look at everything around you, right? Single family, you stand in front of the house. So multifamily has greater impacts on more properties than single family, right? And that's why we did the context from the middle of the lot. And so that's why Jill's asking all these questions about the houses facing Kingston, because we're not just considering the impacts to this property and, you know, the neighbors on Lenox. We're considering the impact to the properties on Park, on Kingston, on Lenox, and even to a degree on East Boulevard. So, I mean, that's the first thing you need to look at. And then height and width and all of those other things, you know, are considered throughout. You use the various sections of chapter 6 for like additions.
So how do we look at this any differently? So section 6.20, number 7, for example. I can see how number 8 doesn't apply. That's single family use. But number
Exactly.
7 does, right?
Right. Yep.
So these
These all, I mean, chapter 6 is for single family and multifamily. If you're doing addition to single family or multifamily, you look at the addition section, right? And then the addition section is also, you're just evaluating it like you would any other addition, except the context evaluation shifts because it's multifamily.
So we have the historic structure.
Mhm.
Everything that we are looking at as it relates to that is still intact as if it was any historic structure.
Mhm. So like you'd look at this like, okay, let's say this quad, this is multifamily, say they were doing an addition. You would review that the same way
Yeah.
as you're reviewing this house. It's an addition. Mhm.
So the fact that it's overpowering the historic structure is a big concern.
Yes.
And then The other question I have is the impervious. Now, she stated that that was different.
That doesn't apply to multifamily. So thank you, good catch. Impervious, open space, and doesn't apply, and context is different. So it's like anything else. When things are called out as different for multifamily, that's what you follow. But if it's not specifically called out, then you follow your standards in chapter 6.
Yeah, I think we keep it high level to the point that Commissioner Whitlock was making, because it sounds like from a height and width, massing, scale, those are the things that are of concern right now. So I think we probably, whatever we do, we need to start there. And then move our way down the line. Do we have any other questions?
Well, I was just gonna rep 6.20, number 6 and number 7, both address what you just said.
Another option is multifamily does not have to be attached.
Doesn't have to be an addition.
It does not have to be an addition. It can be a separate structure.
Hmm.
So I know this is really such a different, so it's like Jill said, it's such a unique circumstance for the districts, right? It's not a existing duplex, it's not existing triplex. But there are lots of options for approaching this project.
Well, that's not to our benefit, that's to the applicant.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why I wanted to bring that up.
We have, I mean, Christy and I had many meetings and renditions, so this isn't, we've discussed this 2 buildings, 1 building, connection, no connection. Just, yeah. I'm here to take feedback. I mean, I want an approval.
No. And I forgot that we weren't. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right. So I think we're all saying the same thing. We're seeing the same concern. And I did not think about the fact that an addition didn't have to be attached. So that was good information or good perspective before going into deliberation. I feel like I've stated my concerns about the massing, height, width, orientation,
Or sorry, directional expression, sorry.
directional expression. I think we can kind of just go down the list on that.
I'd like to request that the structure be shown on the Zatwell of the Kingston Avenue.
Streetscapes.
Thank you. Just to see where it sits with those, behind those 4 houses. I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think it's really just 2 houses.
Well, she's got them labeled E, F, G, and H are all behind.
Yeah.
Madam
Oh,
Chair.
yes, you're correct. But
Just to, apologies. Just to clarify what Christy had mentioned previously is that this project could be an addition or could be a separate structure. When you look at the standards, an addition is defined as new construction added to an existing building or structure. So if it became detached, it would no longer be regarded as an addition. It would be regarded as just a separate new structure. Just wanted to clarify that as you're considering your deliberations.
Okay, thank you.
But I also would, to segue from that, I think regardless if it was attached or detached, I believe that we would still be saying the same things as far as the scale and the massing and how it relates to the original structure.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot of consistency in what we all are saying
as it relates to especially 6.20, just looking at the, you know, number 1 through 7. That we would definitely be looking at all of those things.
If I may, but I think the point that is made is if it's a different structure, we aren't looking at 6.20, 1 through 7. We're looking at different parts of our guidelines. We're looking at it as a separate structure, not how it relates to the building it's attaching to, but we're looking at a different building, how it relates to itself and its surrounding context.
True, but I think like number 2 would still apply, limit the size.
It can't because it's not an addition. It's a
But I
separate
don't think
building.
we would want the new, an additional structure to overpower the original either and be beyond it in width and.
This is an attached addition as it is now.
It is, but we're talking about if we separate it as 2 buildings, you cannot look at 6.20, 1 through 7. You have to look at it as a separate structure,
Right, you would look at it as a new construction, not an addition.
new construction. So this is hypothetical, but if it's a separate structure, we're not looking at it. How does,
No, drop this line of,
Yeah,
it is,
sorry.
we are reviewing what's before us. Don't get to designing it, don't get to hypotheticals. That's not what's under review. So get back to what's before you.
Yeah, I think if we could just, talk about the massing, 6.20, because it is an addition, that's what is before us. The height and width, the scale, the,
directional expression?
yeah, directional expression. I think if we could start with massing and then kind of work our way through the standards.
Can I ask, I would like to ask for some dimensions to be added onto the original structure so that we have footprint comparison. How do we
Not
do
ask
that?
for now, but
No,
on-
for, yeah. Is that, can I do that? I mean, can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need additional information.
Like,
I think so.
I think all the drawings need additional information.
Agreed.
Can we start 6.8 and work down or something before that?
I have a question, 6.20, number 7. Additions are no taller, no wider. We know that already. Or increase the building square footage by 50% or less. Or administrative approval. Okay, so that's why we're full agenda. I gotcha. Okay. So we're,
I think what you're talking about is that if we look at the height and width standards, that will address that.
Question, if we go back to the beginning of 6, I mean, I feel like 6.20 has all of the height and the width and everything in it. I mean, can we just stay in the addition section versus, I mean, I just feel like it's there, the information is there. I mean, yes, we could go back and go through.
We could.
I'm just,
That's fine. I don't think it hurts to add additional standards, but
okay, no,
addition
that's good.
certainly does
No, that's good.
address it. Full agreement.
And just to supplement, I'm hoping this makes it easier for you all. It sounds like your starting point would be 6.20 as you're considering, as this has been presented as an addition. But in 6.20, the second paragraph of the preamble, it specifically states that additions should follow the standards for new construction on the preceding pages for all elevations. So that will certainly include height, width, massing. So you can certainly refer back to those. But it probably, given that this is an addition, it would be better for you to start from additions and work your way from there.
Okay. All right. So in that case, I know we're all kind of refreshing ourselves. I know that I've mentioned, I think all of additions, attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that's minimally visible from the street. That certainly applies. Limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. Certainly, I believe that this addition overpowers the existing structure. Attempt to attach the new additional alterations to existing building in such a manner that if the addition is removed in the future, it doesn't disrupt the integrity of the building. Maintain the original orientation of the structure. If the primary entrance is located on the street facade, it should remain in that location. Now, because this is a duplex, does that,
I don't think 3 and 4 really apply.
okay, that's fair.
1, 2,
Definitely 6, I believe. Yeah, 6 applies.
5 applies. We're
Yes.
raising the, we're increasing the height of the
Mhm.
ridge. 6, you said. And 7. No taller or wider.
Okay.
1, 2, 5, and 6.
2, 5, and 6. And then you could reference 6.2. 6.1. 6.2. 6.4. 6.7. 6.8. 6.9. 6.10. 6.11. Oh, 6.12. 6.13 applies. That's getting into the details, I think. I think we stop it at 6.12.
Okay, 6.1 through 6.12. Chapter 6. All right. And then if we have a motion, we need to also make sure that we mention that we have not explored or reviewed any further details in the application. Okay,
Am I allowed to ask a question?
we're closed right now.
Okay.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah. Okay. We were just trying to determine who was making a motion.
Yes, I will make a motion. Do we want to open back up for her before we make a motion, or?
We can.
I mean,
We can open. You had a question?
I do. Is there a way to, I guess, part 1, part 2, and look at the addition as 1 and the garage as 2? I'm just trying to, I guess, continue along the tracks. I mean, is that an option to say we table?
I think we'd have similar questions with the garage as we do with the addition. Just as one commissioner, I don't know if the rest agrees. It looks like we do. I think we would include that with this motion.
Okay. All right, we will reclose.
I would like,
Commissioner Wojcik?
I would like to make a motion to continue this project with the restudy based on our standard 6.20, number 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 5, and 6, and 7? And 7. No? Oh, thank you. Okay. So 1, 2, 5, and 6. Yes, thank you. I see that. Okay. With reference to chapter 6, in general, we basically highlighted each section, starting with 6.1. through 6.12. And that we are not reviewing for 6.13 or further details at this time.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I add a friendly amendment to myself, or can I add something to it?
Yeah, you can.
I would like to request that when the applicant comes back to us, they provide the Zapwell elevation for East Kingston with the existing and proposed addition shown behind those 4 properties, that they actually add additional dimensions to the existing structure from a footprint standpoint. And then to also show the grade or grade management tools on the elevations. So if there's going to be any retaining walls or anything like that.
My only other thought to add to your amendment petition is that I struggle with the 5-foot setback along all those property lines, and I'm not finding a guideline that addresses that concern, except perhaps for Secretary Interior Standards number 1. And I think that might be good to just get in the record.
Jill, I think maybe you're also thinking about massing, because even though you can't control the 5-foot setback, your concern is the massing at the 5-foot setback, right? So maybe your concern more is like the massing, given the closeness of this to other single-family residences. Is that?
That's great.
Okay.
Okay,
Then we also, or should we also add that we are not reviewing the accessory structure?
in the pool.
Site details and the accessory structure.
Thought Commissioner Barth wanted to add something to the motion about the accessory structure, no?
Well, he said we'd be including it.
I think it's lump sum.
Lump sum,
all
yeah, because if you
massing.
make changes to one, it
One
might,
could affect the
yeah, be
other.
domino. Okay.
And I would say have the same comments about the accessory structure as it is anyway.
Okay. And these are all friendly amendments.
Yes,
Okay.
Do you all accept the friendly amendments?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 8-0.
Thank you so much for staying. Really appreciate it. We got through our whole agenda in January 2024. This year's off to a great start. Really, really appreciate it. Have a great night. I think you need to officially close the meeting. Mayor Hawkins.
A motion to adjourn.
We have to have
We
a
don't-
motion to adjourn?
You don't make a
We
motion
don't
to
do
adjourn.
that. No, if everyone could just hello,
Hello, hold on.
we're not done yet.
Hold on, everyone.
Chair Hawkins needs to officially close the meeting.
We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss?
No.
The meeting is adjourned at 7:43 PM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
can talk
you.
now. Thanks.